Hey, you guys. I went a little early, so I know that there's probably not going to be anybody in here because it usually takes a while for notifications to go out, but they've already started and I didn't want us to miss anything. So just give me 1 second and I'm going to get over to Law and Crime and we'll see what's what. Okay, we're about like 2 minutes behind. So hold on, I got to switch uh, to my Gen Low so that I can. We don't have to watch ads. Good morning to everyone just joining, thinking about joining. Give me just 1 second. I don't want us to miss a single moment of this. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I was over because in Law and Crime, and the they were saying the state's not finished, and I had a little uh, apoplectic episode briefly because I was like, oh my gosh, the state, I can't, right? Um, Hold on, I talk while he's talking. Anyway, so then I remembered, like all my synapses fired, and I remembered, oh, Jen Lou, the state has a rebuttal, so they get to come back and talk again. So, good morning, Tony. Good morning, Shamita. All right, here we go. I'm going to rewind it just a scooch so that we can hear it from the beginning. Bruh. He's already well into it. For Pete's sake, I was live with Law and Crime for pity's sake. All right, here we go. Let me make sure I added it to the stream. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
Very much, Your Honor. You're welcome. Mr. Young, County Prosecutor, Special Prosecutor Wilson.
I wish they hadn't have picked the guy who never gets near the dadgum mic when he's giving his thing. So you guys are probably going to have to turn it up. So I'll just mute.
It has not gone unnoticed. I'm not going to go as long as you might expect, but there are many points I do want to make. I know that each of you have paid very close attention throughout this case, and we rely upon your collective memories to determine what the facts are. You determine the facts, right? That's why you're here, if you can. And so I'm going to make several points here today. And if I have done anything to offend any of you or that you think was inappropriate, please hold that against me. Do not hold that against George. And the same goes for Mr. Nash. You know, you folks are the best of Pike County. There's no question. And we rely upon you to do your job and to do it well, and we are confident you will do that. You folks stand between the power of the government and the man named George Wagner. The government's very powerful. You've seen that. You've seen how many people they have to work on a case. You've seen the resources they can gather. You can see the power they have to place listening devices wherever they want, pretty much. Okay? So you've seen the power of the government. And in this particular case, they've overreached.
Hey, Max. Good morning.
And it's people like you that stand between the government and George. All right? And you will determine whether the state has proven their case with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's what you're here to determine. Have they proven their case with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt? All right. You're not here to solve a mystery. You've seen such a tragedy, right? I mean, it's unspeakable. And there are many facts that we, the defendant, have not disputed. All right. Many facts are not in dispute. But there are certainly some that are, and that's why you're here. All right. You know, there's a courtroom I've been in only once or twice, but it made an impression on me because the jury box doesn't set off to the side. This is what we call the jury box. All right. The jury box doesn't set off to the side like this. It sets over here, right in the middle, with the jurors looking at the judge for the law and looking at the witness stand to determine what the facts are and what it's back to the public. And that's really, I think, an important symbolism, right? You're the only people in the world that have sat through all this for weeks and months now.
Morning,
Listen to
Allie. Morning, Bethy
witnesses. You're
Cakes.
gonna
Good to
get the
see
law from
you.
the judge here in a little while. And just to reassure you, you will have copies of the judge's instructions with you, so you can reference those. A lot of legal terms, obviously, but you will have copies of the instructions. So don't freak out when he's giving you all these terms and everything, because you'll have that to study and look at if you need to. I'm sure he will. But, you know, the power of the jury is awesome. And, you know, our country has this system that's been in place for over 200 years now, right? Our court system. And it's based on Great Britain's system, more or less. I mean, we've tweaked it a little bit, but that's where most or many of our forefathers, founding fathers, came from. So they based our court system on that. And what I find interesting about that is in Scotland, they used to have 3 verdicts in criminal cases, 3 different verdicts. They would have guilty, not guilty, and not proven. But in America, we decided to combine not proven and not guilty. And sometimes I think that's a helpful reminder to us, because it's the state's burden to prove their case. The state in this case, as you have seen, with respect to George, paints with a very, very broad brush. All right. How many times have we heard they, them, you guys, the Wagners? All right. George is the one that's on trial here. All right. We are not here to defend Billy. We are not here to defend Angela. We're certainly not here to defend Jake. All right. And basically, I mean, there were days and days that went by when you didn't hear George's name. And that's significant. George wasn't even a suspect in this case, right? They went and interviewed Billy. They went and interviewed Jake and Angela several times. They never interviewed George till they stopped up the Montana border when he was in the car and they separated out everybody. Did they ever seize his phone? No. He wasn't a suspect because he didn't have a motive in this case. And you'll recall his testimony about when he was stopped at Montana. At the end of it, the agents told him, you're either a suspect or you're a witness. So what are the charges here? Obviously aggravated murder and the related charges. At times throughout this case, I thought I was in divorce court or domestic relations court talking about all this custody stuff. This case is not about custody, and we'll explain why. There was some mention yesterday about what motive would Angela or Jake have to lie. Well, they were facing the death penalty, folks. They had the biggest reason in the world, if they wanted to save their lives, to say something, to help themselves. I'm going to go through some exhibits with you. You'll have all these exhibits back in the jury room. And there may be some that are really important to you that I don't point out, and that's fine. But I do want to point out a few things that I think you should take note of. One is, you'll see the exhibit numbers up here, and the white ones are the defense exhibits, Wagner. The red ones are the state's. It doesn't matter which label's on it. What matters is you have the evidence to consider, right? So Wagner Exhibit 50 is this affidavit. I call it 77 pages. I think that's how many pages there are here. I often refer to it as the 77-page affidavit. BCI agent Scheider went through some of this when I was questioning him, and I suggest you take a look at this if you find it to be appropriate. This was the investigation as of May 24th of 2018. Okay, so well into the investigation, just a few months, 6 months or so before they were arrested. And quite frankly, it lays out in great detail a lot of the investigation up to that point. And so what I find remarkable about this is that at various points, as I pointed out with the agent, and I can give you some page numbers later on, they say they don't have enough evidence to convict. All right, they don't have enough evidence to convict. And this was an application to get those listening devices placed into the R&L trucks that George and his brother drove cross country. all right? And so at that point, they don't have enough evidence to convict. And that's really important, right? And so I suggest you take a look at this at the appropriate time. Now, with respect to Jake, they want you to think that he had some sort of religious awakening that motivated his plea somehow. And I suggest otherwise. His lawyers went through all the evidence with him, right? That's what lawyers do with their clients. They go through the evidence. And they explain to him, Jake, you have no chance here. And I think it's really clear, right, from all the evidence, from the evidence concerning Jake, he really didn't have a chance. He was going to be convicted at trial, and he was going to be facing the death penalty. And, you know, people have different opinions about the death penalty. If we're going to have a death penalty, it's for someone like Jake Wagner, who killed 8 people, who snuck through a window in the middle of the night and murdered people, one after another after another. He had great lawyers, no question. From his point of view, he had great lawyers. They did a great job for him. But why would the state make such a deal? Why would the state make such a deal with Jake Wagner? Why would they? That's a fair question you need to ask yourselves, and I think you should discuss. Why would they make such a deal with him? Because their case against George wasn't strong at all. And what did Jake tell you from the witness stand? He asked that the case against George be dismissed. Of course, the state, as we know, rejected that. But why would he ask for the case against his brother to be dismissed if he was truly involved like he said? Something for you to consider. And I'm going to get into this in just a moment. But with respect to both Jake and Angela, what they said about George cannot be proven or disproven. They said words, they didn't say anything to be verified. And I'll get into that in a moment. So what I suggest you do, there's so much evidence here, so many things we look at, consider, talk about. What I suggest is that you make a list perhaps, or you, at least maybe a mental list. What is reliable? What is unreliable? Okay? And compare the reliable evidence to the unreliable evidence. I have a few suggestions. On the reliable side, you have a lot of phone records, right? Really important stuff these days. Everybody's got a cell phone. Everybody uses it all the time. Keeps very accurate records. We know that. So the phone records of the victims are obviously very important here. And the phone records I'm referencing are the last activities on the phones. So I'd just like to point out a few things. With respect to Ken, who was seen for, the last activity on his phone was around 9:40 p.m. With respect to Chris Sr., which they call scene 1, the last activity is right around 11 p.m. With respect to scene 2, that's Frankie and Hannah Hazel Gilly, the last activity is right at 1 o'clock in the morning. And with respect to Dana and her family, scene 3, I think it's called, the last activity is at 3:30 in the morning when Dana is on her phone. Why is that important? Well, it's important for many reasons. One, we know those times reflect for sure what time somebody was alive. Okay? We don't know what time they died. There's no proof beyond a reasonable doubt as far as what time these people were killed. We do know, based on these phone records, the last time that they were alive, at least at this time. And so I'll just give you an example of how I think you should think about this. Hannah Hazel Gilly, I think it was at 1 o'clock in the morning or 12:59 a.m., sent a text out, I believe is what the records show. All right. So she's alive at that point. Now, these people, most of them at scene 2, 3, and 4, not Chris and Gary, but all the other ones, they were certainly asleep, except for Dana. Dana was still alive, but she was in bed. But everybody else was asleep, right? So, you know, you have to account how long does it take someone to fall asleep. I don't know. You know, everybody's different on that. But for example, with Hannah Hazel Gilly, she's on the phone at 1 o'clock. So we know she and Frankie were killed well after 1 o'clock, whenever she, sometime after that. All right. Why is that important? Because Jake gives a timeline, a sequence of events that doesn't add up to these reliable records. It just doesn't. He's claiming that he and Billy left Peterson Road 9 o'clock-ish, I think was his testimony. All right. And that he's in the back of that truck, and I'll get to all that later. But 9 o'clock-ish, they leave Peterson Road to go up on Union Hill. 20, 30-minute ride, something like that. He's in the truck for a little while, and then everything starts off there at Union Hill Road, and he wants you to believe that the shooting started right around 11 o'clock when Chris Sr. Called Billy's phone. And that's what the record showed. There was a phone call around that time. All right. But he also explains how after that, after those crimes there at scene 1, he and Billy, and he says, George, walk over to Frankie's, which is right nearby. You know where it is. All right. And Billy goes up and rattles the door to see if the door is unlocked. All right. Well, that would have been midnight-ish. All right. Something like that. And that, you know, the dogs that are in the backyard, you have pictures of those, the dogs are wailing and everything else, and Billy's supposedly on the front door trying to get in. Well, we know Frankie and Hannah Hazel Gilly are still awake based on the phone records. They would have heard that, right? So we know that timeline is just way off. That's an example. Now, the other thing is, Jake says that they took this truck, and you see pictures of it. Here's one of them, Wagner Exhibit 23, the truck from Athens County, right? Katie came in and talked about that. Saying they took that truck up there, and then at some point, you know, they kill Chris. Jake, I believe it is, kills Chris. Very likely Gary, and I'll get into that in a moment. But he says at some point, they take Chris's truck to drive up to Dana's and out to Kim's, right? What sense does that make? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, I know they have proposed a theory that, well, if Dana saw Chris's truck pull up, she wouldn't be surprised. Or if Ken saw Chris's truck pull up, he wouldn't be surprised. Well, I suppose so. But nonetheless, these people are supposed to be asleep when these murders go down, right? So what difference does it make whose truck you take, right? And with respect to Chris's truck, and you'll see pictures of it. I think this is a 40, I think it's this truck right here, this Ford, kind of a silverish color here, is the one they took. All right, there's no blood inside. Jake even testified that he hit a deer while driving the truck. Is there any damage from a deer striking this truck anywhere? No. I just suggest it doesn't make a lot of sense to take Chris's truck when they have this other one. And why, you know, think about it for a minute. They've got this truck, I'll call it the Athens County truck. They have the Athens County truck. They've just killed Gary. Jake has just killed Gary and Chris. They have scouted Frankie's, supposedly. All right. And then they take this and they leave behind this truck at the murder scene. What if Ken or somebody else came along? Ken takes a shower at 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever over there occasionally. Or if Ken or somebody else came along, found the dead bodies, all right, and found this truck that's registered to a Wagner. That doesn't make any sense to take Chris's truck like that. And this whole route that Jake talks about, this coming and going and backtracking and coming back and then circling back around, what sense does any of that make? If this is a pre-planned murder, which it was, all right, no question about it. If this was a pre-planned murder, why are you going back and forth and leaving a truck at a crime scene, taking another truck and going somewhere else? all right? Why would you do that? What makes more sense, I suggest, from the evidence you can rely on, the phone records, is that Ken was probably the first one killed. Ken, remember, was killed because they feared he would retaliate, right? He would retaliate if he knew the Wagners killed any of the rodents or anybody else. That was, Ken wasn't about custody, right? Ken had nothing to do with custody here. Ken was, they feared that he would retaliate. So it would make more sense to take him out first so he doesn't drop in at Chris Sr.'s like he might, all right? And, I think it's telling that the state thought the same thing. They put him in count one, all right? And his phone records show the last activity at 9:40 p.m. So we know just that he was killed sometime after that. We don't know when, but sometime after that. So it makes more sense that you would start there, then go to Chris's, last activity 11 o'clock, then go to Frankie's next door, last activity 1 a.m., and then end up with Dana's last activity at 3:30 a.m., and then get right on Route 32, which is right where her house is, right? It's right by Route 32. So you start at the furthest point, work your way up the hill. Dana's is the last one, you get on Route 32 and go wherever you're going to go. Rather than this back and forth and leaving a truck here, taking another truck there, that makes no sense. And the state has this theory that they've presented ad nauseum about this being about custody, right? You've heard about that. They're entitled to their theories, obviously. And, it's somewhat understandable. They're investigating this complicated case. It takes 2.5-year investigation. They find this Facebook message, right? I don't have to repeat what it says. It's the one from Hannah May. You'll have to kill me first before I sign papers, words to that effect. That's alarming. In a murder investigation, that's obviously alarming. All right. But it doesn't make sense for one family to kill another over custody. Have you ever heard of such a thing? No. No one's ever heard of such a thing. We have a whole court system set up to deal with custody issues and divorces and domestic relation issues and that type of thing.
That's not true. It has happened
Quite frankly,
before.
I don't think anybody ever believed it was about custody. All right. There were thoughts, it could have been a drug deal, it could have been this, it could have been that. Nobody really thought it was about custody. And, the Ohio Supreme Court one time had this very interesting opinion where,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to Mr. Parker testifying. This wasn't in evidence.
let me just phrase it this way. Reason and experience teaches us. Reason and experience teaches us that this is not about custody. People don't kill over custody. They certainly don't kill a whole family over custody. But what would they kill over? A lot of things people kill over, all right? You think your little child's being sexually abused? That might be one of them, all right? A jealous boyfriend? For sure. That's human nature, unfortunately. Drug dealers, large amounts of money? Yeah, we know that. That's reason and experience, all right? Reason and experience teaches us that people don't kill each other over custody. So let's talk about this truck. I call it the Athens County truck. You've seen the pictures. Jake testified about altering the bed here, putting that piece of plywood in, throwing a dozen bales of hay or straw on top, supposedly. Let's talk for a minute what else Jake said. Well, let's back up even further. How did this murder come about? Where did the idea come from? Well, according to Jake and Angela, let's start there, right? Angela said very clearly that she suspected Sophie was being sexually abused. And she asked Sophie about it. And Sophie was under 2 years old at this time. So keep that in mind. A 2-year-old, just under 2. She asked Sophie, and she believes what Sophie's telling her about sexual abuse. And she goes to her husband, right? That's what Angela said. That's what she testified to. She goes to her husband and says, hey, I think something's going on. We got to do something about it. I think it's Chris Sr., I believe is what she said. Husband says, nah, that can't be. That can't be. I know Chris. That can't be. She's like, we got to turn him in for the drug deal. She knows about the drug dealing, right? We got to turn him in for the drug deal. Billy says, no, we're not doing that. And of course, you know why? Because he's doing the drug dealing with Chris. That would hit a little too close to home, right? So she goes, well, you got to come up with something. You got to come up with something, is what she says. And so some time goes by. Billy comes back to her and says, we got to kill him. What? We got to kill him. But she goes along with it. And then Billy goes to Jake, right? Sophie's dad. Billy goes to Jake and says, we're going to have to kill Hannah and some other people in that family. And Jake, no fan of Jake, believe me, but Jake says no and stomps out of the room, I think is what he testified to. But he confronts Hannah.
I don't think anybody is a fan of Jake.
That's up to you folks what to believe, to decide what to believe. But he allegedly goes to Hannah and confronts her about some possible sexual abuse, because unfortunately there was some of that in her family with her at one point. And Jake is very much aware of it. He goes to her about this concern. And according to Jake, Hannah says, we'll deal with it. If it happens, we'll deal with it. And that sets Jake off. And he goes back to his dad at this point and says, I'm in. All right. And then it's Jake and Billy that make the plan to murder these people. Angela gets involved too, but it's Jake and Billy that make the plan. You hear George's name here anywhere? No. You hear anything about a family meeting to discuss killing these people? No. Something you have to consider when someone testifies is their demeanor, the truthfulness. When you determine whether someone's telling the truth or not, you need to determine look at their demeanor. You folks know all this, right? The judge will give you instructions on this. What about Jake when he was up here? Laughing and smiling and smirking as he's talking about these murders. He's cold-blooded. I think he's psychotic. He didn't seem to have a care in the world. It's like sitting around talking about a football game on Monday morning is the way he's talking about killing these people. It's disgusting. He's a sick man. You can't believe what that guy says. And Angela's not a lot better. All right? You know, Angela testified that Hannah was like a daughter to her, right? They lived together. Over there on Peterson Road, she would chit-chat with Hannah at night. The upstairs people, I think is what she was, where they would be caring for the kids that might wake up in the middle of the night. And they'd sit at the top of the stairs and chit-chat, maybe like people do in the middle of the night, right? That's her second daughter, and she plots to kill her, which is exactly what she did. You don't think she'd throw George under the bus and she's plotting to kill Hannah? And then when she testifies, it's just amazing. When she testifies about this, she knows Billy and Jake are leaving to go kill these people up on Union Hill Road, right? She knows this. She sees them walk out the door. What does she do? Does she call 911 with the second thought? Does she get Hannah's phone and call her up and say, get out of there, run for your life? Does she call Dana? Does she call Chris Sr.? Does she call anybody? No. She goes upstairs and goes to bed. She goes to sleep. That's what she testified. That woman has problems too. First, she believed a 2-year-old. You know, if you have a 2-year-old, a granddaughter or son or daughter or
I
whatever.
think that whole
if you
family
suspect
has
a 2-year-old
problems.
that's in your family is being sexually abused, you take her to the doctor. You take her to the emergency room. You talk to her mother, the grandmother, somebody in the family. You share your concerns to see if they're true or not. She didn't do any of that. Angela and Jake He's a mama's boy. You heard testimony about that. They're liars. They're con artists. They're thieves. You've heard the testimony about Angela and the way she conducted herself throughout her whole life. She's an arsonist. Burn one house down, then another, then another, then another. Get dogs from the pound and dye their hair and sell them as purebreds. This is calculated. This woman is manipulative. She's got problems. I've got a pretty good idea where her problems came from because she had a really unfortunate background. But that woman's got problems. And you can't believe a word that comes out of her mouth, nor Jake's. That's unreliable evidence. How many times and how many people did they lie to? You could sit down and make a list. And the state of Ohio indicted Angela for the aggravated murders of these people, as they should have. They were seeking the death penalty against Angela. And what did they do? They dismissed every aggravated murder count against her. She's not being held responsible at all for these aggravated murders. She's getting out of prison with their permission. She sold her testimony. She's a con artist. She's a liar. And she pulled another one. Because
Hey,
nothing
Amelia,
she said about
good to
George
see ya.
can be verified. Nothing. She says, oh, well, he had nightmares. How are you going to verify that? Oh, he told me he smudged out some footprints. How are you going to verify that? But what you can verify, and what you can see from the first crime scene, is a photograph. And Jake testified how he smudged out. He took that rug and smudged out footprints. That's where Angela's getting that from. Oh, George offered to take the fall for the family. Are you kidding me? That's the type of thing you're going to rely on from that woman?
Oh, dear.
And let's talk about Jake again.
Oh, please, let's talk about Jake. We haven't talked about Jake enough this whole trial.
And building this piece of plywood, if you believe that even happened. He participated in that. Is that really the way Jake talks? Participated. Where did he get that word? He said George, after the murders, dug a hole in the barn, in the floor of the barn. How are you going to prove or disprove that? And what's really important also is that, there's a lot of evidence about these shoe prints. Obviously very important stuff, right? I'm not minimizing that evidence. It's really important stuff. And they did a good job investigating. They found the receipt, right, at Walmart. They went to Walmart. They got the photograph. There's Angela pushing the cart out. Okay, she bought the shoes. There's no doubt about that. All right. But how many did she buy? She bought 2 pairs of shoes. Billy and Jake were planning the murders. She bought 2 pairs of shoes. She didn't buy 3. She bought 2.
I mean, that is a good
Because
point.
Jake and Billy planned it. And I don't know what you're going to believe here as far as this testimony goes. You can believe some, you can believe none, you can believe a little bit. That's up to you folks. All right? But if you're going to believe anything from Jake, it's going to be, don't forget this part that he said. Don't forget this part he said, which I don't think was mentioned yesterday. He said, George tried to talk us out of it. George didn't think it was a good idea. George didn't want it to happen. George only went along at the last minute. He only went along to protect me, Jake, from my crazy father. He didn't have the intent to kill anybody. He was there to protect me. Now, George, of course, saying he didn't go along at all.
Well, I'm glad things are getting a little better for
But
you,
is there
Holly.
reasonable doubt here about whether he went? And if he went, what were his intentions? I mean, they only bought 2 pairs of shoes. You can't change that fact. You can't change the fact that it was Billy and Jake that talked about killing these people. Even Angela said that.
Oh, excuse me.
And there was no family meeting here about this murder. I'm so sick of hearing about family meetings. Family meetings. It was Angela and Billy, Billy and Angela, Jake and Billy. Now, Angela, I think, did say something about, well, I saw the boys in the kitchen, and do you really want to do this? How can that be verified? Jake didn't say that. There's what I call a fatal flaw with the state's presentation here. And I say that with all due respect because these are excellent prosecutors, excellent investigators, no question about it. But there's a fatal flaw that you need to consider. They had a theory in the case, as you must, right? When you're investigating a case, you try to eliminate this, eliminate that, and you end up working wherever the evidence goes, right? And they had a theory, and their theory was this custody thing, but it's really not about custody. And the problem that sometimes happens is when you have a theory, when somebody or some organization gets a theory about something, they only look for the evidence or for the items that confirm their theory. They don't look for anything that contradicts what their theory is. There's a fancy phrase for that called confirmation bias. And I think there's evidence of that. And I'll give you a couple examples. Jake and George allegedly dyed their hair, okay, before these events took place, before these murders took place. All right. Jake testified and said repeatedly that had nothing to do with the murders. They can't give it up because that was part of their theory. They can't give it up. The tattoo that George got, you see pictures of it. The tattoo that George got to cover an old tattoo. We brought in the tattoo artist. You'll remember him. That was his idea. It has nothing to do with these murders. They can't give it up. They think this is all about custody. When Jake and Angela testified, it was about the sexual abuse. That's what they said. And that's what makes sense. But they want to persist on this custody issue.
Which is custody.
And you can't, I don't know what's going on with Billy, right? You heard a lot about
That's kind of a weak
Billy
argument, Mr. Parker.
Right? Billy's a doomsdayer. Billy taught his kids all kinds of things you don't want your kids to learn. All right, he's not going to get Parent of the Year, that's for sure. But Billy, he was into drug dealing and into money. You heard at least about one trip to Mexico where he took a stolen truckload of goods and came home with a suitcase full of, what was it, 100,000 cash that the boys counted out or something. All right, he's into drug dealing, he's into making money quick. All right, was that his motive here? I can't say. But there's no reliable evidence he ever saw this Facebook message. He's the one that came up with the idea to kill, according to Jake and Angela. I mean, if you believe that. And there are a lot of differences between Jake and George, and I hope you understand that. They're brothers. Yes, they're brothers, but they are vastly different. Here are photographs of Jake. All right, these are in evidence. All right, wearing his little leather outfit. Here's George. All right. Described, I think, more than once as a country boy who likes to sit in a deer stand. That's where you'd rather be. Riding his four-wheeler, mudding, fishing, hunting. That's not really Jake. He's with his video games. You remember that? Resident Evil, right? He's into zombies. How do zombies get killed? By shooting them in the head. What knife does he have in that bucket? A green knife. No broken tip, by the way, like you said he broke it. None of that. But a green knife.
Objection.
Zombie apocalypse
Resident
knife.
Evil is not a zombie game or a movie. It's an outbreak movie. See how petty I am?
Composition books, these over at Route 41, which is in evidence, have him making these juvenile drawings secret spy case, CC-177, secret spy case, 2 Colts, suppressors, toolkits.
What is a secret spy case?
This is Jake. Jake's a
I
disgruntled.
want a secret. I don't want to do it. I just want it.
George is not perfect. We're not here to say he's perfect.
No, he's definitely not
But
perfect. But thanks for stating the obvious.
Realistically. And you have to consider, right? You have to consider his upbringing up there on Bethel Hill. You've heard all about that. I'm not going to repeat everything. But let's talk about the murders for a minute.
Tony, it
Every
really does, Amelia.
was shot in the head.
We'll see how the state rebuts.
Poor Hannah Hazel Gilly was shot right in the eye. Frankie, who laid next to her, was shot just below the eye, but multiple times in the head, right? Ken, you'll remember Ken out on Left Fork Road, got shot only once, but right in the eye.
Which Jake admitted to. So
Gary and Chris were covered up with a blanket.
hold on a minute. We're going to pause this real quick because I got to say something.
Dana was covered.
Okay, so here's the deal. This is where this case, because they're so intertwined and because they are a family, becomes problematic in making these closing arguments. Because Jake did testify to the unaliving, how he did it, where he shot, et cetera, et cetera. He, testified to those details, very specific details, which are corroborated by the which is corroborated by the evidence, right? But this is where it becomes tricky. Either Jake is a lying liar mouth who tells lies, and none of his testimony can be relied on, which is what Mr. Parker initially said, or he is telling the truth with respect to the way the unaliving went down. However, he is lying about who was there, which is either way. This line that he's going down right now is potentially problematic. And that's all I have to say about that. However, I will say that with respect to what Amelia has said, that you're right. He's covered more subjects. Tony, from yesterday, highlights. Oof. I don't know. I said a lot of things. Some of the things I don't remember. It's kind of, if you were here yesterday morning, a lot of the stuff that I covered last night was similar to what I covered yesterday morning, although I did talk about Quentin Simon and the Idaho 4 and Austin Harth a little bit.
Covered up with a blanket. You'll remember that.
I noticed that too.
Jake is the only
yeah,
one
I like
went
your pick,
inside
Tony.
crime scene 1, Chris's, crime scene 2, Frankie's,
Mm-hmm.
crime scene 3, over at Dana's.
Oh, right.
He went in crime scene 4, Ken's, and shot him in the eye. It's like he did Hannah Hazel Gilly. The muzzle flash, are you kidding me? The only way he saw that muzzle flash was if he was standing there shooting Ken. You'll remember the testimony, he testified he was in the truck, parked behind other trucks, probably 100 feet from the camper, with his headlights up there, when he claims his dad went inside and shot Ken with a 40, right? That's what he testified to. But you have the video that our expert, Mr. Priest, testified to. You have this
Oh,
video
you're welcome,
on the
babe.
thumb drive. You can watch it if you want. I'm sure you remember it. About that flash. you had to have been looking at the exact moment that flash happened. And I don't think even then he could have seen it, given the distance, the blinds there, the interior light on the floor inside, which you have photographs of. There's no way he saw that flash, unless he was standing there with a gun shooting Ken in the eye, just like he had shot the other victims in the head. Another thing was Jake testified, and this is strange, but Jake testified that he moved Hannah Mae's body after he killed her. You were through that. All right. But he denies moving the bodies of Gary and Chris over at scene 1, where they were obviously dragged back to that room. And I'd like to talk to you about scene 1 for a moment.
Okay, I'm very curious as to where I have to pause you guys for commentary. You know how this goes. I'm very curious about where he is going with this because, as you guys know, I have long been very, very curious and side-eyed the moving of Hannah, both Hannah's bodies, Hannah Mae and Hannah Hazel. I have long suspected that. Do I think he moved them? I do. But do I think he moved them for the reasons that he said he did? No, I do not. I think it was a different, an altogether different circumstances and sick thinking. I mean, obviously he has issues. I mean, I think we can all agree on that. What those are, I don't know. I'm not qualified to diagnose. Okay, but unaliving 8 people, that's wrong thinking. I mean, you know, not to put too fine a point on it, right? But there is something sinister about what he did with both Hannah Mae and Hannah Hazel's bodies. I can I prove that? No, but that is what I believe. Okay. I am kind of curious where he's going with this. So let me shush and let him finish.
Things I want to point about crime scene.
Oh, bless it. She had binders and he nurse.
Remember that? They were dragged there, right? No question about that. I thought it was interesting what Mr. Priest had to say if there were 2 or more people there. I'll read about it too.
Oh, wait. I lied. I had just had a thought. This just came to me while he was fumbling around in his folders. Remember how we talked about the type of person, what covering a body indicates between the deceased and the perpetrator? It indicates a familiarity, right? It indicates that they know each other, right? Well, what did George Washington Wagner IV testify to with respect to Chris Sr.? That Chris Sr. sort of took him under his wing a few times, right? And straightened him out and said, hey, man, the life you're leading is not a good one. You shouldn't be following in your dad's footsteps, right? That suggests a more intimate, personal relationship, right? Not just he knew Chris because he was friends with Frankie Jr. or sorry, not Frankie Jr., Frankie. And he, you know, their families were intertwined because it's not that big of a town, number one. And number two, their dads are friends. He's friends with Frankie. And then Jake is with Hannah Mae. So I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this, but it's all starting to somewhat click. Maybe Jake didn't drag the bodies. Maybe it was George. George is much bigger, although, to be fair, the size of a person is not indicative of their strength when it comes to guys. So let me just be quiet and let you guys listen. But while I formulate this thought in my brain, clearly it's not done cooking.
From one position to another. If it's one person, they got to drag it, right? And I think you really need to look at photos here.
Mark, good to see you.
A167, you've seen these photos. This is inside crime scene 1, the easy chair.
Well played, cameraman.
If you remember, Jake's
We don't need no
testimony,
sneak
he said
attacks.
Gary
All right, I'll be
was in
quiet
that
now.
chair dead. There's no blood. Gary's blood isn't near that chair. You may not remember the stipulations we entered into, but you'll have them in evidence. This blood on the floor near this chair, that's Chris's. Gary's is over by the kitchen. Gary wasn't in that chair, shot dead, like Jake said. A168, this was looking towards the kitchen area, right? This bloody scene here, okay? This is the rug. This is the rug that Jake said he used to smudge out the footprint. That's what he said. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. But this is where the bodies were drugged, right? And there are many other photos. But A228, this is that little narrow space. Okay, this little narrow space here where the bodies were drugged. And why is that important? Well, I believe when they did the scan, Farrow scan, I think it's called. We did the Farrow scan. We asked them to measure this distance, right? I don't know if you remember that or not. But it's about 27 inches is what my memory is. Right, 2 feet, just a little more than 2 feet. Very narrow, right? It's very narrow, regardless of exactly the exact width. But what's important here is this old wooden chair with this bag of garbage on it, okay? This wasn't disturbed. You can tell from the photo. This wasn't disturbed. So whoever pulled the body, dragged the body through here, was able to fit in that area, right? Well, Billy, you've heard the testimony. Billy was a very large man, 6'6", whatever. He's a very large man. We've got some photos of him here. Here's a picture of Billy. Big guy, right? Big guy. And you heard Jake say that, that Billy was hysterical and had a meltdown during this. You think this big guy is going to drag bodies through that little narrow space to get back in that bedroom in that condition? No. And Jake doesn't even put George inside that trailer. He only has him outside. And most telling is Jake said he went inside after the shooting, took the keys from Chris's pocket. You remember that? All right? Took the keys from Chris's pocket, went up to the grow room above the garage, right? Went in there to get the DVR because they knew there were cameras. He had to get that DVR, right? Here's the door to the grow room up there, right? Here's the door. Blood on the door. Whose blood? Gary's. Gary's blood. Jake pulled those bodies back there. Gary first. He pulled Chris's body next. He got Gary's blood on his hands. He put it up on that door. And there's even a little spot of blood on the grass between the trailer and on his path there. As he walked up there, that exact path, there's a spot of Gary's blood. And that is from Jake pulling Gary's body back there. What else from scene 1? There are no tire tracks anywhere. Like he said, this truck pulled up there in the grass and everything. You know, think about this blue truck. If this blue truck was used like he said, you know, if it's like he said, you've got this pickup truck. You've got Billy driving it. Big guy, right? I don't know how much he weighs. 250, 300 pounds at least. 300, I'd say, most likely. Big guy. You have Jake, full-grown man. He's skinny, right? Jake is skinny. Jake is a skinny guy that can get through that little opening. All right? And he wasn't as skinny, according to his testimony. Jake's skinny little body could get through there without disturbing this chair and this bag of garbage or whatever this is sitting there. But that truck, you know, there's no tire tracks, there's no hay strewn out. If you're gonna drive a truck up there with a dozen bales of hay or straw on it, you're gonna lose some of that somewhere, right? There's nothing like that. More importantly, there's no tire tracks. And if you had Billy in there and Jake, two full-grown men, that's probably, what, 400 pounds minimum, plus the weight of the hay or the straw, a dozen bales, that's going to be a little bit of weight, right? That's going to press down. And Jake wants you to believe that he crawled out of the back of that of the gate, that his dad dropped the gate, and he crawled out and got underneath that truck with an SKS or with the Colt, whatever guns he had, all right, and that he was laying under there, and Chris didn't know about it. Chris is 30 feet away. He didn't know or see this. That's just not believable. It's not realistic. Now, did Jake fire that SKS from along those lines that you saw? Sure he did. That doesn't mean he was underneath the truck. What makes more sense? If they took this truck, all right, if it's Billy and Jake, and that's what they said, Billy and Jake playing this truck bed makes no sense. All right, and let's not forget when Jake agreed to do these murders, his first idea, according to his own testimony, his first idea was to strangle pregnant Hannah, kill Corey, her boyfriend at the time, and make it look like a murder-suicide. That's crazy. And even Billy said that was crazy, and we're not doing that. I don't think this bed actually happened. That's up to you to decide whether that bed was there or not. He did things like he said. It doesn't make a lot of sense when you look at the evidence. It wasn't necessary. You know, Billy could have dropped off Jake at nighttime 50 yards up the road or whatever, and he could have walked in the dark to wherever he needed to be to do what he did. This is fantasy here. This is part of Jake's fantasy. And the other thing is, okay, let's talk about Jake a little bit more. They want you to believe him, quite obviously, and it is significant, without question. It's very significant that he led them to the murder weapons, right? They never would have been found otherwise in this bucket in the middle of this lake, right? I mean, nobody ever would have found this stuff. But that's his conduct. He verified his own conduct. And he did tell them about this truck that they found in Athens, and I can't say it wasn't used. I can't say it wasn't used. Very suspicious that Billy arrives at what he did with that truck. All right, but that's not George. All right, that's not George. And certainly there was no testimony from Katie that this plywood thing was on there or anything like that. What makes more sense is that if they used this truck, which they probably did, I got to concede that. All right, what makes sense is that Billy dropped off Jake nearby and he walked up to do whatever he had to do in the very dark rural area that this was. Right. Crime scene 2, Frankie and Hannah's, there's really nothing implicating George there, right? Crime scene 3, which is over at Dana's, a few points. Jake never missed a shot, right? I don't think he missed a shot the whole night. He's right up on top of these people shooting and killing. And he covered up Dana. He manipulated Hannah's body in a very gross and bizarre way. And there are some photos I think you should look at in considering crime scene 3. You'll remember, BCI, they have a photographer that comes and takes pictures, a million pictures here, right? That's the way you do things. That's the proper way to do it. So at crime scene 3, this is Dana's front door entrance area, right? As they find it. Nothing too remarkable here. That's the front door, but there is a welcome mat. Okay? You can see from another angle, they're inside little Chris's bedroom pointing out. You can see the welcome mat there too. Here's another one a little closer from inside. You can see the welcome mat, right? Here's one when they're trying to put the fingerprint dust or whatever they're doing there to get tracks, find out if there's any evidence here. Where's the welcome mat, right? It's been moved. You got this half moon type rug. Where'd that come from? And there are a couple different photos of that. And that doorway at scene 3. That's something I think you should look at and discuss. Crime scene 4, George isn't there, right? They're claiming he's sitting on a cutoff down the road there a little ways. How do you prove that? You know, how do you prove that? If you believe Jake, you believe Jake, but I don't think you can believe him on that. It makes no sense. What's he sitting down there for? Right? What's he sitting down there for? It's a considerable distance away. It makes no sense. And going back to crime scene 3, I couldn't believe when Jake testified that he said when he's inside Dana's place, he gets down on the floor and he looks under her door to see if she's in there. And he says he's in this little hallway between Dana's and Hannah's room. You'll remember the pictures. You'll have them. All right. And he fires from that position and he hits Hannah in the forehead. But we know from the coroner's reports and everything, she's shot in the back of the head, the ear and right up here in the back of the head. All right. He was standing right next to her. Right. He killed her point blank range. And there's that shell casing that he didn't get from there. That's underneath the crib on the other side of her bed. He's standing right beside her. When he shoots her in the back of the head, that shell casing comes out, bounces off the wall most likely, and ends up underneath that crib. All right? He's a liar. He's a cold-blooded executioner. Motive, we've talked about motive a little bit. Jake allegedly had a motive. Angela allegedly had a motive. Billy, maybe a drug motive. Maybe he's taken advantage, okay, of his family's bizarre sexual beliefs here about Sophie. There's no evidence that poor girl was ever abused. George had absolutely no motive whatsoever, right?
I gotta say, you guys, that the argument about in the back of the head and poking holes in Jake's testimony, ooh, I don't know. I mean, we'll see how it goes. All right, here we go.
And let's talk about George for a minute. He didn't get along with his family like the state is portraying. He testified about that, right? When he turned 16, he got his license. He was out of there as much as he possibly could. He was arguing with his brother. He's arguing with his mom. He even got in fist fights with his dad, all right? He couldn't stand Jake's personality. He spent as much time away from them as he possibly could. Now, did they live together? Yes. Did they work together? Yes. That doesn't mean they liked each other or agreed with each other. And, you know, he was raised in this family that's really hard to even describe, right? It's a quagmire. He couldn't get out of it. Mr. Roten.
I believe the word you're looking for is dysfunctional. That's a good description.
Up on Bethel Hill. All right. He tried to talk to George about, you need to change your lifestyle so you're not looking over your shoulder all the time. That didn't sink in immediately, but it eventually did sink in. That and the birth of his son, all right, made a big difference in his life. He was a young man at that point. He didn't have any teachers as role models. He didn't have any coaches. He didn't have the parents of friends that he could look up to. He was pretty much socially isolated there. And you have to look at this evidence from George's point of view. He thought his family was being framed. That's what Angela told him. That's what Jake told him. Billy said it was Skid Montgomery, all right? But Jake and Angela said they were being framed.
This is an interesting, to use Mr. Parker's word, quagmire, because he knows that his family are criminals. He said that his brother is a liar because remember, the truth of the matter is that yes, Jake frequently ratted him out, right? Him and Chris Newcomb, okay? But he that's not on it. The way he did it, according to George, wasn't honestly. What he did was he would participate and leave and then go snitch them out and leave himself out of the story, which what does that make him? It makes him a liar. It makes him a snitch, yes. It makes him a tattletale, yes. But it also makes him a liar, which, you know, and, you know, he described his mother as manipulative. And I mean, let's be honest. If somebody is manipulative and you know that they're manipulative, do you trust them? See, that's the thing about listening and believing something that somebody tells you. That implies a level of trust, right? So he's believing them, taking them at their word that they're being framed, but he knows they're manipulators and he knows that Jake for sure is a liar because he's lied on him. I don't know. Let's just keep going. Listen, I believe that George is guilty. This I do. But that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is what the jury is going to believe. And this guy, I have to give credit where credit is due. And I would be remiss if I wasn't 100% honest with you guys. He is bringing up reasonable doubt. And he's only got to convince one juror. Only one.
So you have this evidence from his point of view. And especially, I think, when you listen to these recordings, okay, and I'm sure you will, you heard some of them. And listen, think about it from his point of view that he doesn't know what his family did. He can't believe it. Yeah, they're thieves. They've got a weird lifestyle, no question about it. All right, but it's one thing to do that versus killing 8 people in the middle of the night that you know and love, or any other people. That's a large leap. So when you listen to those recordings, listen with an ear that he didn't know this had happened. And I think a lot of those conversations take on a different meaning. He thought they were being framed. And at the BCI, when BCI interviewed him at Montana, he told you, they said at the end of the interview, you're a suspect. We're your witness. Can you help us out? And he confronted Jake. I mean, yeah, okay, I've been stopped at the border. BCI is obviously after our family. He knows that. All right, now it's really sinking in. And he's like, Jake, do you have something to do with this?
Objection, Your Honor. This was not testified to.
He said he asked his brother if he had anything to do with this after the Montana interview.
Well, again, the jury will use its collective memories to determine what the evidence is. This is argument, so you may go ahead.
George testified that he confronted his brother after the Montana interview. Did you have anything to do with this? And Jake swore up and down he didn't.
Thank you for being a member for 5 months, Shamita.
And, with respect to Montana, there was a lot of really, the prosecutor asked George a lot of questions about, didn't you say this in Montana? Didn't you say this in Montana? What about this in Montana? Did you hear the recording from Montana? No, they didn't play it. Did they bring in an agent from Montana to say, did George say this, this, and this? No, they didn't. Why? Ask yourself why they didn't.
I've been asking myself that all this time. Why didn't y'all play it? I want to hear it. That's all right. When Billy's trial is over, I'll be requesting all this stuff. Don't y'all worry.
Another thing about Jake.
It's probably going to be expensive. I might have to crowdsource.
They took this truck they got in Athens County and they did this demonstration, I will call it. You saw the photos, right? When did they do that? After Jake got done testifying. Did they show those photos? Did they do it like after his proffer or anything? In the year and a half or so it's been since he turned state's evidence? Did they show him those pictures? Did they do that in a timely way? It's like, is this how you did it? Was something like this? No, they didn't. And they want you to believe that he purchased this Colt 1911 that was used at this gun show and George was there, right? Did they ask Jake if George was there? No. They didn't ask Jake if George was there. Do they have photographs from that gun show, from security cameras or anything else, showing them together like they did at Walmart? Do they have any other pictures of George's alleged activity here? They got nothing on George. Other than the word of his lying, watch my language, brother. And his mother, who dragged her own mother into this case. Talk about a piece of work. Angela drug her own mother into this case.
Absolutely, Amelia. You may absolutely at any time message me or, will email me and then we can do Messenger if you want to. But yeah, absolutely. I'll absolutely help.
Some Boondock Saints video. It's a joke. They have this video you saw early on in the case. Early on in the case, you saw a video taken from somebody's house out near Left Fork, out that route. Video of two vehicles going closely in the night. I'm sure you remember that, right? They want you to believe that's related to the murders, right? Going back and forth. Did they show that video to Jake, say, hey, is that you guys going down the road here? No. Do they have anybody to say it's either this truck from Athens County or Chris's truck in those videos? No, you can't tell what it is. It's two cars going down the road in the middle of the night.
I'm going to pause
Something
real
I ask you
quick.
to consider when you listen.
I will say he does bring up an excellent point respective to the two cars driving down the road in the middle of the night. Okay. If this were a typical average suburban neighborhood, he would have something there, but it wasn't. This is, it's not completely a private drive, but it's also not like a main thoroughfare or something that people would be traveling on frequently. Do you know what I mean? It was kind of out there, a little isolated. So I'm going to have to take 5 points from that because it's not that great of an argument. But I will say he is raising reasonable doubt. Okay, here we go.
Listen to these recordings from the R&L truck is that George was, and Jake both, but they were cross-country truck drivers. George was up all night, or up most of the time, I should say. He drove at night, right? He was a night driver.
Absolutely, Amelia.
Lots of
That's what I'm
caffeine,
here for.
Very little sleep. Very irritable. I think you understand how people's personality changes. If you're up for 2, 3, 4 days, practically no sleep, and you're loading up on caffeine, all right? Your personality is going to be a little bit different, especially when you think BCI is framing your family for these murders. I ask you to take that into some context. There are some stipulations which you will have that we've entered into with the state. A lot of it has to do with blood evidence, all right? You'll remember that. There's also some concerning George's weight over the years, and there are medical records here which support these stipulations. George was a very large guy, right? He was a large guy his whole life. 280, 300 pounds was not unusual for him, all right? Take that into consideration when you consider who moved
Usually
the
pretty
bodies,
quick, Amelia.
all right?
Usually
Take that
pretty
into
quick.
consideration.
Couple
If you think
weeks
he
or
was in
so.
the back of that truck for an hour, I think is what Jake said, from the time they left Peterson Road until they got out, something like that, 20 minutes, 40 minutes, 60 minutes, something in that time frame. If you think George and Jake were in the back of that, if you think they were in the back of that, take this into consideration. Remember Jake's testimony. His dad, I don't know if you believe this or not, but Jake's testimony was, his dad stopped somewhere between Peterson and Union Hill Road, went to the back,
That's a good point too, Corky.
and his
That's a good
dad
point,
asked
too.
me, is what Jake testified.
I just don't know.
Dad asked me.
I don't know how
whether
this
I wanted
jury's
to
going
get
to
through this.
do it. I don't.
He didn't ask me and George. He didn't ask us. He asked me.
I'm going to pause real
George and
quick.
Tabby.
So, Amelia, yeah, it doesn't take a whole lot of time, but it's dependent on the case. Like, for example, let's say Billy wasn't coming up to trial next year, right? Let's say this was the end of this case. Because there is such a volume of evidence in this case, it would take significantly longer for the judge and the prosecutor to sit down together and decide what would be in the public's best interest, what they would release. But so it's dependent on that. But yeah. All right, here we go.
You know, they started off very young. It was set by a family member. They were kids, literally kids, 12, 11 years old. All right, there's a year's difference between them. Not anymore. There was some testimony there was more. No, there was a year's difference between George and Tabby. All right, they started off as kids. She basically lived over there on Bethel Hill. They broke up at one point. They went their ways. They got back together. They got married. And there is a picture here of their wedding day, I should say, right? Take a look at this. Any of them. This is George over here to the right of the picture. All right. I think he said it was July 1st, 2012 or 2013. All right. So this is George. This is Tabby, his wife. All right. Who's he got his arm around here? Frankie. All right. And then these are the Robies and the Wagners. All right. This is Chris Sr. This is little Chris at the time. There's Billy. There's Ham. Okay. This is the family, George's wife. All right. To say George wasn't friends with Frankie is just really misstating the situation. They were friends when they were younger, before they started having kids. All right. They used to hang out together quite a bit, hunt, four-wheel, that type of thing. Now, Frankie started having kids. George got married and had kids. They weren't as tight as they used to be, but reason and experience teaches us that often happens, right? Doesn't mean you're not friends. I'm sure that Frankie had a lot of friends. George, not so many. Okay? He was pretty isolated. He didn't have so many friends. He socialized out at Big Bear Lake. You heard about that, right? As a teenager, set up a tent, drink, play drinking games around the bonfire, different things, all right? That was his social life. And I just want to point out how hard it was for George to get up on the witness stand, given his background. Homeschooled till the age of 14, right? And he quit. Right? A lot of us might have quit school at the age of 14 if we didn't have someone pushing us. But he quit the homeschooling. Didn't have many friends. Didn't have much of a social life. Would rather be alone out in the woods. Not surprising given the chaos that was going on within the house. The woods was his refuge. Right? He was an excellent hunter, an excellent woodsman.
If you tell me he built a fort out there, I'm going
He
to
wanted
be
a forester
done.
as a child. His dad wouldn't let him. But you have to understand how hard it was for him to be in public and talk about the things he talked about. He was brutally honest with you. You remember the lessons his father taught him, right?
Hey, Marshall Dave, or Dove, sorry. Hey, Marshall Dove, good to see you.
By getting up here and telling the truth.
You're welcome. Thanks for being here. Thanks for thanking me.
Quite obviously, so the truth comes out. He did it for his son. I mean, Jake and Angela have destroyed this man's life and his son's life. That son was all he had. You know, when he and Tabby had their problems, and they had problems, as young couples often do, when they had their problems and he decided he had to end the marriage, what did he do? He went and he got a lawyer, Barbara Moore. You heard her testify. He took Tabby too, right? He offered to pay for an attorney for Tabby, but she didn't want one. But she wasn't tricked into anything. You think that attorney would trick Tabby into something? You think the judge that handled that case would trick Tabby into something? No. George used the court system. And He was concerned about protecting Bullmine.
All right, Mr. Parker, I'm going to have to stop you right there. The judge who presided over their divorce proceedings could only do so much. And once a judge asks, in this case, Tabby would be the respondent, George would be the petitioner, if she understood things and if she was, this was what she wanted to do, et cetera, right? Beyond that, that's all that the judge can do. So I don't think anybody has ever thought that the judge in their divorce proceedings tricked her. Also, as you are very, very well aware, being an attorney yourself and having George Washington Wagner IV as your client, you work for George. You advocate for George. So let's be honest about the situation with his divorce attorney. His divorce attorney can only do so much as well. They would be allowed to explain the situation, the stipulations, the legal jargon, et cetera, et cetera. But would it be advantageous to the attorney to violate their oath and help Tabby? Of course not. That would be a complete and total conflict of interest. So that, my friend, sir, utter poppycock. It is preposterous. I wouldn't go so far as to say tricked. The divorce attorney stayed within the legal parameters and guidelines, but let's be honest here. She advocated for her client, period, the end. Okay, let's continue.
From her family, which is a mess. They allowed Tabby to be sexually abused as a child. George didn't.
Oh, absolutely, Marshall.
In that
Dove,
situation,
absolutely. I don't know why I want to continue to say Dave. I can clearly, I'm literate. I can see that it says Dove, but for whatever reason, I keep wanting to say Dave. So I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Brooks messed with me as well. And the situation in Idaho, that's a tough case. That is a tough case. It's a case that I plan to discuss, but I'm just waiting to have some more information before I do that. You know what I mean? Okay. Let me stop interrupting this, or it's going to be another 87-hour day for us. All right, here we go.
Right? So he went to the court system and used it properly. Now, Beth comes into the picture up in Alaska, right? Beth comes into the picture. George didn't approve of Beth. He didn't think Jake should marry Beth. What kind of woman would come into a family that's under the suspicion that this family was under? That's what was going through George's mind at the time. All right. And then they come back to Ohio. And allegedly.
I'm sorry, I have to stop him. Okay. Let's recall the actual testimony and the actual situation. Okay. Beth, George even testified, did break up with Jake for a period of time, a week or maybe a little longer, right? Because of the suspicion. Let's be honest. And she went to the people that she could go to. Those were her resources, if you will. The person that she lived with, who was former law enforcement, for Pete's sake. And he assured her that everything was just fine and dandy. Also, the church that they attended, the minister or the pastor that was had been friends with the Wagners back in Ohio, yeah, he also reassured his congregation that at the end of the day, they were, it was going to be fine. They were going to take a wait and see approach. So when you put that together, it's not unreasonable. So I don't appreciate the way that he's trying to portray the testimony, but whatevs. Aw, thank you, Allie. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, here we go. I'm getting annoyed a little bit because I can see the reasonable doubt, but I don't like the way he's doing it with Beth Ann and stuff, because that's not, thankfully, the jury is to rely on their own memory and not what they say. So here we go.
According to Angela, he knows if you can believe her, but again touched her inappropriately. That no evidence to support that. That's what Angela. Now George is freaked out because he has this experience through Tabby's family. He's concerned about his son being around Beth. All right. Does he want to kill? No. He wants out of the house. It's not unreasonable. Did he want to kill Tabby or her family? No. He just didn't want Bullvine over there for obvious reasons. Why would he?
Once again, Mr. Parker, I'm going to have to stop you because the difference between the situation with Hannah Mae and Tabby is completely different. Okay. George had the upper hand when it came to the custody of Bullvine with respect to Tabby. He had custody of him. He had physical custody and eventually he had legal custody. So let's be honest about what is really going on. He would have no need, right, to do anything like that to Tabby. Okay. Whereas, and I'm not saying this is a good reason. This is the stupidest reason. There is no good reason to cold-bloodedly unalive one person, let alone 8. Okay. There's no good reason. But thinking like these people do is a little bit different, right? So what reason would he have to unalive Tabby? He had her under his thumb. Hannah Mae, on the other hand, had her own mind, her own brain, and she was not afraid to use it, and she was never going to be under the Wagner family thumb. And that's the facts. She came from a close family. She had a support system, period. And not only that, not only did she have a support system, not only did she come from a close family, she came from a family wherein Chris Roden Sr. was a good father. Okay? So she had every single thing that Tabby didn't have. So this is apples and oranges. It's really not even apples and oranges because at least apples and oranges are fruit. This is like comparing apples and pianos. This is a weak argument, Mr. Parker, but please continue.
He agreed to kill Hannah on similar baseless accusations. Hannah, you heard him testify. Hannah was like a little sister to him. They joked around. She was living there. I mean, why would he kill Frankie? He wouldn't kill anybody. And he didn't kill anybody. And he didn't go along because it makes no sense. I ask you to look at the evidence from George's point of view, right? We've all heard a saying at some point in our lives. You have to walk a mile in a man's shoes before you judge him. We've probably heard that, right? At some point. That actually comes from an old poem, a school teacher in the 1800s. I'm not going to read you the whole poem. But the name of the poem was Judge Softly. And the woman, the teacher that wrote it was Mary Lathrop. I would like to recite just the very end of the poem. It says, "Brother, but for the grace of God go you and I. Just for a moment, slip into his mind and traditions and see the world through his spirit and eyes. Before you cast a stone or falsely judge his conditions. Remember to walk a mile in his moccasins. And remember the lessons of humanity taught to you by your elders. We will be known forever by the tracks we leave in other people's lives, our kindnesses and generosity. Take the time to walk a mile in his moccasin." And that's what we're asking you to do when you evaluate the evidence and the testimony of George. Now, I do want to go through just a few of these exhibits and pointing them out. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them.
Mr. Parker, which shoes would you like us to walk a mile in that belong to George? Would that be the tennis shoes from Walmart that he wore to commit these crimes? Or would it be the boots that he wore on a regular all day, everyday basis, including, or would it be the boots that his family boosted from the back of a semi? Which shoes exactly would you like us to walk in, sir? All right, let me let you go over your exhibits. I don't want to be rude.
Jealousy, Jake, the jealous man. Hannah had other boyfriends. These are pictures I think he identified that he'd seen on Facebook. One is Corey and Hannah kissing. Lovely picture. They're kind of cuddled up, taking a nap or sleeping. That would enrage Jake. These are some measurements from that truck just to show the small size that would be involved in getting in the back of that Athens County truck. And pictures of Billy, pictures of Jake, pictures of George, of course. And they can't forget, when you're judging credibility, right? The GoFundMe account. The GoFundMe account. Angela wrote it. Jake edited it. Is my recollection. Can you imagine that? They go kill these people. And they have the audacity to set up a GoFundMe account. Here's a picture of George. I think I showed this to you earlier when he got his feet measured, right? It helps shows you how big of a man he was. All right, big guy. He lost a lot of weight.
I'm going to stop you right here again, Mr. Parker, because I just can't help myself. But yes, we have, and through evidence, you have established that George Washington Wagner IV followed in his father, Billy Wagner's footsteps and is an entire pork chop. We get that. Big people can be agile too. Big people can be bendy. So don't play with these people out here. Now, if you introduce some type of evidence that George had some type of injury, which would limit his mobility, then I would believe you. Okay. But right now, I think that's poppycock. But please, I'm going to allow you to continue because I'm very curious. I really want to hear what you have to say. But more than that, I want to see what the state comes back with.
Judge, perhaps we could take our morning break. I'm almost done, but this might be a good time for me.
Why don't you finish?
We'll take our morning break.
That's okay, since I paused so much, we're behind.
We will be in recess until 10 after 10.
Yeah, the only thing I'd ask you to consider is it's gonna take me a second to clear this stuff out and to get my stuff ready for the other closings. I don't know if there's any time to do that or to do that over the break, but I want to be ready to go without.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So
It may take a
if
little
you
longer.
can finish now.
I'm done with the exhibits. We can move it during the break.
All right, so we'll take, at 10 after 10, assemble at the jury room there. You'll be brought up here as soon as everything's ready for you to be brought up here. It should be about that time, not much longer than that. While you're at recess, ladies and gentlemen, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not express it.
All right, here we go. Well, exactly, Mark. Like, deer blinds are not these. This isn't like a villa in a tree. Okay, there aren't wings. There's not a billiard room. There's not a library in a deer blind, for Pete's sakes, or whatever they're called. So he can be, he can get into to small places, for Pete's sake. The thing of it is that people, obviously, let me just state the obvious here. When you are you're used to working with your own body, right? I can't manipulate somebody else's body the same or picture the way that they're able to, right? Just like you guys would think, what the hell, Jen Lou? You think you can wad yourself up into a suitcase? I can assure you that I could wad myself up into the suitcase that the same size that Sarah Boone used. Absolutely, I could. You would be amazed at how adept I am at squeezing myself into small places. It's probably why me and Alice get along so well because she can do it too.
You may be seated. Defense counsel may resume closing argument.
And thank you, Mark. This is what I love about watching these things because
Just have a few more things I'd like to point out. for your
okay, well, I
consideration.
don't want to interrupt you, so I'm going to pause you because I do have manners and etiquette. Not a lot, but a few. But also, thank you. This is what I find fascinating about trials in general is that I was critical of the things that Angela Canepa said yesterday. I'm a very, very good at finding the opposing argument, regardless of who's arguing. And I like to do it. I don't know if that is the Aquarius in me because Aquarians are known to be argumentative and we are known to argue just to argue without we don't like there have been times when I have taken an opposing viewpoint for no other reason than to debate back and forth. I don't even actually care about the subject matter. There's been times that I've done that. So I like to debate things. I find it interesting and you always learn something. All right. Let me give Mr. Parker back the mic and let's hear what he has to say.
Obviously, you paid really close attention throughout this entire case. This case, and that's going to happen. But I do want to point out a few things. When Angela testified, remember what she said? Billy told her to buy 2 pairs of shoes. It was Billy and Jake that planned this. Billy told her to buy 2 pairs of shoes. When Jake was testifying, he said he was the one that was supposed to shoot one time to make it a clean headshot to Chris Sr. When Angela was testifying, they were asking her about this truck that was seized at Athens County, whether she'd seen it over on Peterson. She said it was a green Dodge. That's not what it is. When Jake was testifying about being over at Frankie's with this zombie apocalypse knife, he said that he was at the back door. He got in, he was at the back door. He opened the back. His dad was behind
Same
him.
here.
I didn't remember seeing George.
Especially after snacks.
I pointed out that big affidavit that you'll have, page 17, no proof beyond a reasonable doubt is what they say at the top of page 17. Page 28,
I got to stop him again here too, because I just want to point this out. If I don't say it when it occurs to me, I will definitely forget it because I got like 37 other things going on upstairs currently. All right. So this plan they talk about, this plan actually, if you think about it, makes 0 sense. Okay. Why would Billy want Jake, who is the less experienced hunter? I believe everybody that testified will agree with that. George was the experienced hunter, okay? And he was quite adept at it. So why would Jake be in charge of taking the first shot? He's unreliable. That part makes no sense. And actually, it makes sense that Billy would want George to take the first shot. That makes sense logically. If you're thinking about, what each individual brings to the table as far as skill sets go, Jake, quite honestly, other than being adept at picking a lock, which may have been necessary, right? They didn't know going out there. So, snacks. I love snacks, Smita. You know I do. Um, but that's what Jake's particular skill set was. He was very adept at picking a lock. So that makes more sense. I don't know. This guy, let me just let him finish. Sorry, Mr. Parker. But hey, while you're finishing, make sure you stay near that microphone and keep your voice up as you advised your client when he was testifying. You could use a bit of that advice yourself there, sir.
Not the murders took place between 3 o'clock in the morning and 7:49, which of course is when the phone calls were placed. That's pretty significant, right? That timeline, it goes back to the timeline. That timeline that Jake describes is completely inaccurate. It's just completely inaccurate. Jake testified clearly that he burned all the clothing involved, right? Down to their boxers, I guess. Burned all the clothing. So these ski masks and these distractions that the state is presenting have nothing to do with this. He burned all the clothing. At scene 1 there, Chris Sr.'s, the bloody shoe prints. Very important, obviously. 2 left shoes. No right shoes whatsoever. Is it beyond the realm of thinking that Jake was wearing 2 left shoes? It's possible in this bizarre case. Why isn't there a right shoe print in there? And if Jake went back in, after he went up to the grow room, if he went back in to get the phones, like he testified, why aren't there prints going towards the bed? The only prints are coming out. They're like 1 stride apart. 2 left shoes. And if there was more than 1 person in that really bloody crime scene there, at scene 1, you expect to see prints on top of each other, going different directions. You don't see that. George got nothing for his testimony, right? Nothing. Compare that to Jake and Angela. Gary's blood is on that door handle at the top of the grow room. Gary was not in the chair as Jake testified. It's just not possible. There's a lot of insinuations in this case that the state has made. Look for the hard evidence of George being involved here. It's just not here. There's a lot made about this goose box. Yeah, George helped build that goose box for his grandfather for his birthday.
Mr. Parker, I'm gonna have to stop you again. I apologize. I thought I could make it, but I can't. So let's talk about these footprints, right? And the 2 left feet. How many of you guys in the chat have dogs in your family? Okay. How many of you guys in the chat have ever stepped in dog poop? I would imagine a great majority of you guys who are in the chat currently and anybody on listening on the replay is familiar with what happens when you step in dog poop. How often, when you step in dog poop, do you actually step in dog poop with both shoes? I rest my case.
Which is in February, and he described to you how he put it in the back of his truck, took it out the pond, and placed it in there. All right. Prosecutors didn't even ask him a question about that. They didn't even really ask
It
him.
is sad, Marshall. It really is.
Consider the witnesses that the defense presented, right? Talk about the Cinereskis for just a minute, you'll remember the two father-son combination from Alaska, the ministers or pastors. They knew the family a little bit. They were shocked by this, absolutely shocked. And I believe it was the elder Sidoreski, Kelly, I believe was his name. He described Jake as being a little bit slower than George. Why is that important? Because that's the type of person that can be pressured and persuaded to do something as crazy as this by his mother and father. George stood up to his mother and father. George got in fistfights with his father. How many young men do that? George and his mother would scream and yell at each other. They didn't get along at all. You think if his mother went to him and said, "You're going to go kill these 8 people," you think George Wagner is going to do that? Hannah, his little sister, Frankie, his friend, or anybody else? George stood up. He was, I think,
Good morning, Semesh. It's good to see
Yes, he was
you.
of some sorts within that family. He was 16. He got his license. He got the hell out of there. Or he'd go hang out in the woods to avoid the chaos. He ran away when he was 16. As soon as he got a truck, he couldn't take it anymore. He got in the truck and he drove. And he drove to Kentucky. And he finally realized he's 16, right? Finally realized, what am I doing? I don't have a job. I don't have any money. I'm almost out of gas. I better turn around and go home. But he did that twice with Tabby, too. But Tabby talked them into staying because they needed a roof over their head. He didn't have the fortitude to break away. Does he wish he did? You better believe he wished he did.
Oh, it is, Marshall.
He
I've
didn't
done
have the fortitude to break away.
2 episodes
That
and I'm
doesn't
working
mean
on the
he
3rd.
wanted to, and he didn't try to get away. Mike from Alaska, the guy that was kind of his supervisor or boss there at the garage, and then Bernie Brown, right? You heard from both of them. Good stand-up people. They would offer George a job right now, even knowing about all this, all these allegations. That's got to count for something. You remember Sam, Samantha, his friend, who he would take when she was having hard times? He took her Christmas cards with cash and toys for her kids. That counts for something. That tells you what George is like. And Alex, her, I guess they're still together, but they're separated. I'm not sure what their marital status is, but you heard him. George befriended him, helped him with his truck or his car. He described George as just a good old country boy. And he wasn't the only one. Not at all like Jake, not really. You've heard a lot about social media, right? All these Facebook's accounts, everything like that. It's clear Angela was into that. She was hacking away. You'll see in the exhibits, she kept a notebook with everybody's name and social security numbers and passwords and phone numbers. She was a little strange like that. She's the one that would hack into the Facebooks. She's the one that paid attention to social media and topics. She's the one that after the murders couldn't get her face out of that and was telling George and anybody that would listen that they're being framed, even though she knew what had really happened. Chris Newcomb, you heard from him, right? George's uncle, technically more like a brother to him, about the same age. That was kind of George's role model, right? About a year or two older than George, kind of taught him how to smoke, how to cuss, how to chase women. That was like his buddy, his role model, right? Was around, helped build that new barn, traded guns, right? Chris Newcomb never saw the 1911 pistol. He never saw this truck from Athens County. And one thing I got to say about these guns, there's been a lot of talk about a lot of guns, quite obviously. The gun culture, right? A lot of people like guns. They're legal, all right? And in George and his circle of friends and family, these guns, I compare them to like a $20 bill or a $50 bill, right? They're almost like money. They trade them for this, trade them for that. I like this one. I'll have this for 2 weeks. I'll get another one. You heard about trade days. You heard about, I'll trade a guy has a junker in his yard. I'll give him 2-3 guns, get the junker, chop it up and sell it for money and make money. That's what was going on here. This SKS that they found, Jake testified about that SKS. That had been in the family, I think he said, for 10 years or more. And it was just as much his as it was George's. And George testified, he's had more SKSs than he can count. I mean, he's a gun guy. He trades guns all the time. And they never asked him where his SKS was. He testified. He sold it to Ben McCann. You hear anything to the contrary on that? You'll get an instruction from the judge. You'll have a copy of it. And the law requires you to view Jake and Angela's testimony with grave suspicion. That's the phrase. Grave suspicion. And I'm sure you'll do that. And I think after viewing their testimony with grave suspicion as the law requires, there's not proof here beyond a reasonable doubt that George was even up there. And we could offer him nothing for his testimony. He was vigorously cross-examined. You saw his demeanor. Compare that to Jake's and his mother's. His mother wouldn't even look at him. His mother wouldn't even look at him. And Jake was laughing and smiling and smirking when he talked about the murders. You're going to believe those people? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The most important of your affairs? I don't know what you folks are going to believe. If you believe, and I don't see that the evidence warrants it, but if you believe that George was up there, don't forget that Jake said he had no intent to kill. All right. He went along at the last second. He was there to protect Jake from Crazy Billy. Jake was a jealous young man. I think he's a deeply disturbed young man. To commit these crimes, you'd have to be deeply disturbed, right? There's no testimony George is the shooter. There's no reliable testimony that he was even there. And I implore you to look at the timeline that Jake describes and compare it to the phone records. And what the phone records don't show when people were killed, but they do show when people were alive. And if you look at the timeline that Jake describes, they don't match up, and there's a large amount of time that's completely unaccounted for. He says they left 9 o'clock-ish from Peterson Road. They don't come back till daybreak, roughly. All right, what is that? 9 hours, something like that. He's at Chris's, probably scene 1, probably the longest amount of time, but not a long time. Claims that his dad is jiggling on the doorknob over at Frankie's at midnight or so. But Frankie and Hannah Hazel Billy were still alive based on the phone records. They would have heard something. The coonhounds were out. They would have heard something. That didn't happen. Dana was texting at 3:30 in the morning. According to Jake, she was already dead. So I implore you to look at what is reliable evidence, what is not reliable evidence. Jake and Angela are not reliable by any stretch of the imagination. This has to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt. There's all kinds of reasons to doubt that George knew about this or was involved before or after, or that he was even there. He got up here and testified. Compare his demeanor to Jake and Angela. I could go on forever on this case, right? There are a million things to talk about. I probably missed some things that you think are very important. That doesn't mean they're not, all right? The only thing that's important is what you think is important. And so look at the evidence. take time to understand it. Look at it from George's point of view. All right? Look at it from his point of view. As soon as I sat down, I know there's going to be something I wish I would have said. But I think you understand the defense position here. I ask you to take it seriously. I ask you to return a verdict of not guilty to all charges. All charges. George wasn't even up there. He told you that. There's nothing credible here to say otherwise. Now, the state will never believe that. I don't have to convince them, fortunately. All right. But you took an oath. You followed that oath. You people have been tremendous. Your dedication, you persevered through our delays, through other circumstances. We appreciate that. Hold the state to their burden of proof. Remember what we talked about in blood year. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Hank is gone for the rest of his life, thank goodness. Angela, they made that deal with her. George didn't do this. He wasn't there. It's not in his nature. He is different from Jake. He is different from Angela. And he got up here and told you so. What more can a man do? Confident you'll come back with a not guilty verdict after discussing here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Parker. I have a few rebuttal arguments that I would like to make. So, one of the things that you talked about was the fact that Jake Wagner is, these are your words, not mine. You characterize Jake as slow. Okay. Now, you can't have it both ways. All right. If Jake is slow, is it reasonable to expect that his time frame may be off? Did they wear watches? Obviously, they did not, because they left their phones at home. So how would they know the times? All right. And there's probably some other ones that I'm forgetting right now, because this is what happens when I wait and don't say it right when I think it. I will say that with respect to the timeline, there are some holes. If the text messaging and the data is correct, which typically they are, right? The text being sent at 3:30 is interesting. However, please, there are some situations and circumstances where there could be discrepancies in sending texts. For example, depending on the phone you have, okay, and depending on the phone the other person you're sending the text to has, okay. So if you are a person who owns an Android, which I happen to be, there are times when you would be messaging, say, a group text, where a text may not go through, both in the sending and the receiving. It happens to me all of the time. So if you were to look at my phone records, there would be a discrepancy in the time when I actually typed out the text and when the text was actually sent. That can happen. Likewise, there have been times when I have gotten a message in a group chat that says message can't be downloaded, and it will open up in a separate thread. Like, I have a group text message with my husband and my youngest daughter. Okay. But I also have a separate text thread with just me and my daughter in it. Right. If she were to send me a text and it couldn't be downloaded to the group text, it would then go to her in my personal thread. So it would appear as if she were sending the text directly to me, when in fact she was actually sending it to the group text. The timestamp on that text is different there would be a discrepancy there between the time that she actually sent it and the time that it was received, because it has to be re-downloaded. Because when you are on an Android, texts in group texts don't come as SMS texts. They come as MMS texts. Okay? So there's that. There's all types of reasonable explanations for certain discrepancies. Okay? And I would also point out, this is the other thing that I was thinking about. So he makes mention of the fact that Angela Wagner wouldn't look George in the eye, as if that was indicative of she feels some measure of guilt for throwing him under the bus. I would argue that that is indicative of something else, that George and Angela Wagner were far closer than George and his team would want you to believe. And I actually think that might be the true reason why she wouldn't look at him in the eye. And the reason I say that is because, and I hope that the jury does exactly what both sides have suggested that they do, which is to go back and listen to those audio recordings. Because if you really, really listen to those audio recordings, you dismiss any argument that has been made by either side and just listen to those audios. What you will actually hear is there is a significant difference in the conversations, the tone, all of that, between the way that Angela speaks to Jake versus the way that she speaks to George. The way that she speaks to Jake, most of the time, she is accusing him of something or angry with him over something he's done, or something back, in 2018, something that Beth has done. But she is argumentative with him. Whereas if you really break down the audio between conversations between she and George, the tone is very different. Take, for example, the audio of the phone call between them where they are discussing this property in Alaska to rent, and it has owner financing. Okay. Or she is trying to convince George that it's a good idea. Then he comes up with, hey, by the way, I when we were in Alaska, I saw this about this father and son grandson and grandfather deer jerky business, yada yada yada. That is not indicative of somebody who is distancing themselves, right? It's He was on board with going to Alaska. Now, you could argue that that George, when he was younger and the family visited Alaska for the first time, he fell in love with the place, and so it was exciting for him, right? But nevertheless, they were tied together. These decisions, everything, the plans that they made, there's a history, a pattern of behavior there that is everything is a committee meeting. Tabitha talked about it on the stand. Beth Ann talked about it on the stand. And to a large extent, you can hear it in the audio. There's an excellent example of that in the 2018 wiretaps, where George is confronting Jake about Beth Ann. Okay. And the fact of the matter is, as our good friend Prince Andrew says, the fact of the matter is, George is repeating what Angela Wagner says almost verbatim. Okay. And that is indicative of a closer relationship than George would have you believe. So, in my opinion, did the defense attorney open up the door to reasonable doubt? Yes, he did. That is facts. It's not facts. Let me stop. That is my opinion. Okay. But I think by the same token, okay, some of the stuff that he suggested that they go back and review the jury, the evidence. I think that that will close the door. I'm hoping that that will close the door on reasonable doubt. We will just have to clearly. I mean, I hate to be Captain Obvious here, but we do have. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be in the jury's hands very shortly. All right, now here is the state's rebuttal, and let's see what they have to say.
The state of Ohio has rebuttal.
Thank you very much.
Oh, we're getting a different attorney, so let's see what happens. Okay, I'm muting now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Parker said something in his closing argument that absolutely destroyed not only the credibility of his argument, but the entire defense in the case. He stood up before you and he said, my client didn't do anything. You can't believe a word that Jake's saying. He's completely innocent. He didn't go up there. But if you believe Jake, he didn't shoot anybody. He didn't have the intent to do it. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. It's either, the truth is either one or the other. You can't argue both. There's a saying in football that if you have two quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. And what that saying means is if you're trying to play two quarterbacks as part of your offense, you don't have a credible offense. That you're desperately trying to do anything you can to make something work. And that same rule applies here. If you're trying to put forth two defenses, it shows that you have no credible defense. It shows that you're doing anything you can to throw something against the wall and make it stick. To plant something in your mind. No worry about the truth. To plant something in your mind, in one of your jurors' minds. It'll make you think, I don't know what to do. Right? And the reason they do that, the reason that's done is because he is guilty. He's guilty. He's guilty of the aggravated murder of Chris Sr. He's guilty of the aggravated murder of Gary. He's guilty of the aggravated murder of Hannah, Hazel, and Frankie. He's guilty of the aggravated murder of little Chris, of Hannah, and of Dana. And he is guilty of the murder of Ken. Now look, there's been no direct testimony that he actually pulled the trigger in any one of those murders. But you better believe he's up to his eyeballs in it with this thing. As they plot, as they prepare, as they execute, as they cover up those murders, he's in it up to his eyeballs. And when he put on those dark clothes the night of this murder, when he put on that ski mask, when he left that house with his brother and his father and his mom saw him walk out, you know that at that moment, the plan was for him to get in the back of that truck and for him, actually, to kill Chris. And how do you know that? Right? How do you know that? He had the SKS and Jake had the 22. And any of you sitting here in this jury box who knows anything about guns knows that if you're going to kill someone at distance, at night, possibly a moving target, you aren't using a little 22 pistol. You aren't using a little 22.
Can I just say, boom, straight out the gate? Yes, and also he is making the same arguments that I made. So I'm going to pretend in my brain that he listened to my live from yesterday in the morning and at night and took my advice. Boom.
Pistol with iron sights. No. When you're gonna snipe somebody like that, you're using a high-powered rifle. You're using a rifle. Right? You're using something that's going to put that target down, preferably with one shot. Because guess what? If you don't put them down with one shot, the plan goes awry at that point. Things can go bad really quick. And who had the SKS? And Jake tells us that when they were laying there on the ground outside of Chris's house, and everything up to this point is going according to plan, for one reason or another, he didn't shoot. He didn't squeeze that trigger. And again, we don't know. Jake doesn't know why he didn't squeeze the trigger. Was that silencer on the end of the barrel, was it too big? Could he not get a good shot? Was there a problem? They were walking back from that grow house. Was there a problem with him moving? Was Billy too close? Or did he just check him out? Did he just, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to squeeze the trigger. I don't want to be the one to squeeze the trigger. All right? We don't know. We don't know what happened. And Jake tells you that when that happened, again, eventually he takes that SKS from his brother. Dad comes back out like, hey, what the heck is going on? You know, we agreed to do this. He takes that SKS. Dad says, I'm going to try to get him, somewhere where you can shoot him. And under the guise of, hey, I can't find my phone. All right, under the guise of, I can't find my phone. Can you call my phone? They get Chris to be inside right at that front door. And again, all the evidence that's seen tells us this is exactly what happened. And when Jake sees him inside that front door, Jake shoots. And do you remember? Do you remember? Oh, there it is. Do you remember how Jake described how he shot? He said he took that first shot and he knew he missed. And then he said he closed his eyes and just started squeezing. Now, he said he didn't know how many times he shot, but ultimately, we know on that porch area, there's 6 holistic events outside the house, and we recover 6 7.62 tool ammo shell casings in those concrete buckets. So he shot 6 times. And these are the holes in the front of the house. And look at those holes. Right? That's a pretty tight shot group. When you look at the way Jake described what he did, that's a pretty tight shot group. He hasn't really thrown any of those shots too far. I mean, there's nothing really over on the other side of the porch or up high or low. That one on the left, he threw that one a little bit, but again, that one tumbled. So it hit something on the porch when it came through, but that's a tight shot group. For a guy whose night vision is allegedly terrible, for a guy who told you that he closed his eyes and squeezed the trigger when he shot, that's a pretty tight shot group. That's the kind of shot group you'd see from somebody who's got good night vision, who's somebody who sees well at night, somebody who we know hunts all the time at night with a rifle, somebody who prides himself on being a good shot with a rifle. But Jake, when he came in, here, he took the stand and he told you, first thing out of his mouth, all right, I love my brother. I don't want him to be convicted of this. Jake wants you to find his brother not guilty. That's what he wants.
All right, low key, I'm starting to think that he did, because this is what I wanted to hear yesterday. Make a point about the hunting. Make a point about how good of a shot George Washington Wagner IV says that he is. Yeah, this is why I think that there was an argument during the trial that that who actually did the shooting was contested, because I do think that the state does not believe Jake when Jake says that George didn't do the shooting. I don't think they believe him.
Out of this. And Jake tells you, again.
And welcome to Bush just joining us. Please give me a thumbs up if you don't mind.
You know from his testimony, again, you know from his testimony that we pushed him on that. That when he was being interviewed, we didn't believe him. And if ever there was a chance, if he was really wanting to throw his brother under the bus, like they allege, that was it right there. I mean, he could, if he was lying about what his brother did, that's where he threw him under the bus, right there. But he didn't. He fully talked about how his brother had participated and all the things that you heard that his brother did with respect to helping prepare the back of the truck, going up there with the intent to shoot, carrying the SKS, all of that stuff. He talked about all of that stuff. But he said, my brother didn't pull the trigger. And again, when you're weighing whether or not he's trying to throw his brother under the bus, you have to look at that. So because Jake says that, we don't have any direct testimony that this defendant was a principal offender with respect to those murders, that he actually was the one that pulled the triggers. But guess what? Under Ohio law, it doesn't matter. We're going to get instructed on the law here in a second. And he didn't have to pull the trigger once to be guilty of any of these aggravated murders. You see, the way the concept of complicity works in Ohio is that if two or more people set out to achieve a criminal purpose, a criminal goal, with one doing one part and others doing the other part, then each one of them is individually guilty as if they were the principal offender. That's the law. That's how it works. Now, the judge is going to instruct you on complicity. And Ms. Canepa talked about this a little bit yesterday. And you'll see that mere presence alone at a scene is insufficient to constitute complicity. If I'm at a scene, if Mr. Junk calls me after work today and says, hey, my car's broke down, could you take me up to Walmart? Sure, no problem. I drive him up to Walmart. I go in with him. I'm in the aisles with him. And he goes the next aisle over and he starts shoving a bunch of stuff in his pants, all right? And we walk through and I don't know about it. I walk through, check out with him, driving home. And as we're driving home, he starts pulling the stuff out. Hey, look what I stole. You know, I'm not guilty. Even though I gave him a ride up there, even though I was with him up there, all right, I'm not guilty. But change that fact pattern just a little bit, all right? He calls me up and says, hey, look, I need a ride up there. I hop in the car with him. As we're driving up there, he's like, hey, I'm gonna boost some stuff. I'm gonna shoplift some stuff while I'm up there. I don't really have much money. I'm gonna see if I can't score some stuff. And I'm like, Rob, I don't think this is a good idea, but yeah, I'll give you a ride. And I go in with him and I kind of stay at the edge. And you know, if anybody's coming, I'm gonna be like, hey, Rob, someone's coming, all right? And then we walk out and I give him a ride home and he goes his way. Look, now I'm guilty. All right? Now it wasn't just my mere presence at the scene. I aided, assisted, and abetted. And if you aid, assist, abet in any way, well, you're on the hook. You're on the hook just like the principal. So while it's not enough just to be present at a scene of a murder, there are certain things that you can't do if you know someone's going to commit a murder. All right? Number one, you cannot allow your credit card to be used to purchase items that are going to be used in the murder. And again, if Mr. Junk and I have a joint account, and I know he's going to commit a murder, and I know he's got to buy stuff, and we got a credit card on that account, and I know he's going to buy stuff to commit that murder, I got to be like, hey, look, don't use my credit card. All right? You didn't see that here. You didn't see that here. Number two, if an item that is going to be used in the murder is purchased with your credit card and it sets off your fraud detection, you cannot authorize that purchase. And you saw that in this case with that phone jammer. We know that that phone jammer was purchased solely for use in this homicide. Angela tells us that. That was one of the things that she was supposed to get. She buys it. It's from China. It's fairly expensive. I think the sticker was like $500. By the time you throw the fees on it, it ends up over $600. A significant purchase on his credit card. So much so that the fact it was from China and the fact that it was a significant purchase sets off his fraud detection. And you all know how fraud detection works. If you have a credit card, you probably have had this experience. All right? They call you and they say, hey, Mr. Wilson, we've got a suspicious activity on your credit card. You know, yesterday it was being used to purchase something from so-and-so company in China. Did you do that? Do you want to authorize this purchase? All right. And at that point, I have to authorize it. You heard from Mike Kazar, the financial guy from BCI. Well, actually, you heard from Julia. You heard from Julie Edsledge that a day or two after that phone jammer was purchased, there was a call from Cabela's to him. And that call went to voicemail at first, but then he called it back. And we know from the financial records at that same time, that phone detector went through. Or not the phone detector, that phone jammer. The purchase of that phone jammer went through. Right? That shows you that he's up. That one thing is enough to show aiding and abetting. 3, you cannot agree with the reason that a murder needs to be committed, and you cannot adopt that reasoning as justification for committing the murders. All right? You cannot engage in the collective intent for why a murder should be committed. 4, you cannot take a single dollar out of a safe, a drawer, or anywhere else you keep money. And you cannot give that dollar to somebody knowing that they're going to purchase a vehicle or anything else that's going to be used in the murder. 5, you cannot go along with somebody when you know that they're purchasing a vehicle that's going to be used in the murder. You cannot go along with them for the purpose of purchasing that vehicle and jumping title on that vehicle so you guys don't ever even show up in the chain. 6, you cannot hold one board. You cannot put in one screw. You cannot put in one nail into a false bed that you know is going into the back of the truck for the purpose of committing a murder. You cannot lift, move, or hold that false bed in any way, shape, or form, again, knowing that it's going in there for the purpose of facilitating a murder. And you cannot lift up, move, or handle one hay bale or one straw bale onto that truck or hand it to somebody to put on the truck, knowing that that truck is going to be used to commit a murder. 7, you cannot sign false custody documents so that if something happens to you, if you get shot by the people you're trying to murder, or you get arrested, that your kid will go to your mom. That's estate planning. Really, that's what that is. That's estate planning, custody planning. You cannot do that in anticipation of murder. Certainly, you cannot have those forms or backdate those forms. You cannot put on a mask, gloves, dark clothing, and stow away in the back of the truck with the purpose of going to a scene that's going to be a murder scene. Obviously, that one's pretty apparent. You cannot allow an SKS rifle that you own to be put in that truck, to be taken to a murder scene, and to be ultimately used in that murder. You cannot slide out of the back of that truck and take up a firing position for any reason, whether it's to kill somebody or whether it's to pull security and protect somebody so that they can kill somebody. You can't do that at all, or you're on the hook for murder. You cannot enter into a crime scene after people have been shot and remove or move any evidence from inside that crime scene. That includes moving bodies from one room to another. You cannot accompany people for any reason on a reconnaissance of residents or other houses, knowing that the purpose of that reconnaissance is ultimately to kill the people inside. You cannot stand by as a lookout, as an early warning system, as muscle, so that other people can look for a way into a residence, ultimately to kill the people inside. You cannot enter a house and stand guard by a door or in front of a bedroom so that your co-defendant can go down to the other side of the house and kill the people inside. Can't do that. You cannot drive an extra vehicle to the area where your co-defendant is going to kill somebody, your co-defendant is going to kill somebody, and then man that vehicle to act as an early warning system or as an escape route, escape option, if things go south. Now, I actually want to talk about this one for a minute.
As you know, I have to pause for commentary for fair use purposes. I would like to say that this is a distinct difference from yesterday's closing. Their personalities, the way they're presenting it is just polar opposites. I'm enjoying this far more. I think that the jury is paying much closer attention to the things that he is saying. And forgive me, I cannot remember this prosecutor's name. But I would also like you all to be paying attention to all of the things, and he's been very kind to number them for us. All of the things that you cannot do if you want to be considered innocent and found not guilty, also avoiding complicity. These are all the elements that you must not do, or you will be found, you run the risk of being charged and ultimately found guilty of complicity, okay, under the Ohio statute. These are the same. These are pretty much standard statutes over the entire United States. So just, keep that in the back of your mind, when you are thinking about things. All of the things that can make you complicit. All right, here we go.
This is brilliant. When Mr. Parker stands up here and he talks about, well, why would they take that truck? Why would they take, there's no reason for them to take Chris's truck. Man, their use of those two trucks, and we didn't know that they had used that GMC truck. We didn't know that was even part of the plan. We didn't know that's how it went down. But man, actually it was pretty brilliant. Because if you think about it, again, you don't need, the truck is parked at Chris's when they get there. They kill Chris. And you don't need to move that truck to go down to Frankie's. You can just walk down to Frankie's. But then they hop in that truck and they do that reconnaissance. And again, any driveway you have to pull into, any house you have to pull into with Chris's truck, the people, if they look out, if they're outside, someone's outside smoking a cigarette, all right, and that truck pulls up in the dark, they're just going to be like, oh, Chris is here. They're not going to take defensive action or get nervous or anything like that if a strange truck pulls up. So it was brilliant to actually use that truck. Now, when they went down to Dana's, they didn't need to drive that second truck. All right, they just took Chris's truck down to Dana's. Again, makes sense. Because if they have Chris's truck down at Dana's and something goes south while they're committing these murders and they got to bolt out of there, they're still close enough to where their GMC truck is parked. They can walk. I mean, what are they, a half mile, 3/4 of a mile? They can boogie back down to Chris's house and hop in that GMC truck. And now, again, they've left Chris's truck at Dana's, which again, isn't unusual, wouldn't be unusual, wouldn't draw any super suspicion. So it makes sense that they wouldn't have to drive that black truck. But when you look at going to Kenneth, all right, that's too far. We took you out there, that's too far. You've got to have an escape vehicle if something goes south. Again, they take Chris's truck right into the driveway, makes perfect sense. If Kenneth looks out, hey, my brother's here. Again, he's not going to be on alert for whatever's going down. But if for one reason or other, while they're in Kennis, something goes south, right? You need to have that other truck parked up the road. Because now it's too far to walk all the way back to Peterson. It's too far to walk back to that truck and you still have it parked at scene 1. You need to bring that truck as a potential escape. So if something goes south at Kennis, you can beat feet, you can get in that truck with George, and you guys can go on home. Right? And that's what he did. That's what he did. He was down the road, and we see those 2 trucks leaving on that camera. You see them. Again, when you look at it, and when he asked you, well, why would you use that truck? When you step back and look at it, it makes perfect sense. You cannot, shortly after the murder, strip out of your clothes that you used, hand them to somebody knowing that they're going to be destroyed as evidence. You cannot help your co-defendant dig a hole knowing that evidence from the murders is going to be buried in that hole. You cannot, shortly after the murders, buy a replacement pistol to take the place of one that you either destroyed or used in the homicide. You cannot come up with false explanations for evidence that investigators have against you, and then feed those false explanations to your co-defendants. You saw him do that in this case. All right? When Ryan Scheider, Agent Scheider, shot them that picture, or texted them the picture of that 1911, he said, hey, I want to talk to you. And when they were going around, again, showing that 1911 to family members, knowing that ultimately the family members are going to call and be like, hey, FYI, they showed us a picture of this gun, right? You cannot say things like, oh, Jake, that's just a picture of that. That's been photoshopped into your hand, Jake. That's a picture of you catching a fish and holding the fish up in Alaska that they photoshopped that 1911 in. Or, again, when you're showing the list that shows that 1911 and the SKS under your name, you can't say things like, oh, Jake, that's just a wish list. Shouldn't make any more wish lists. Right? That's certainly indicative of a consciousness of guilt. Because if you're innocent, if you truly don't know anything about these homicides or your family's involvement in the homicide, the conversation goes a little more like this. Jake, that sure looks like that 22 that you bought when we were at that gun show. Or Jake, come to think about it, I haven't seen that 22 of yours in quite some time. Or how about this? Hey, Jake, show them the 22. They're saying this is your 22. I know you got a 22. Show them the 22. That's how that conversation goes. It's not like, well, that's just been photoshopped into your hand. And while we're talking about what you would expect somebody who's innocent to say on the wire, or to say in a normal conversation, all right? What about at the border? Did you pick up on this? At the border. So if you're truly innocent, if you have no idea that your family is involved in this, and you sit through a 4-hour interview where they show you evidence, they show you bloody footprints in a crime scene, they show you shell casings and ballistic evidence that was found at your house, that matches shell casings found at the scene, showing that the gun that was used in the murders was fired at your house. And they show you pictures of your mom buying shoes, and they tell you, hey, oh, by the way, your mom just said she bought these for you. All right? You better believe that any one of you, when you get out to that car and your mom and dad are sitting in that car, you're going to get in that car and you're be like, what the hell was that? What was that? Mom, they showed me pictures of you buying shoes and they said that you bought them for me. I don't know what they're talking about, Mom. I didn't have any shoes. Mom, how in the world are shell casings from the murder scene matched to our house? Dad, how is this happening? You didn't hear one word of that. You know why? Because he knew. He knew. And guess what? Angie caught him in the lie. When he was on the stand, Angie caught him. What did he tell you? What did he try to explain? His reason was, I know that's not how people normally work, but I was worried about Bullvine. He was acting kind of funny. I thought BCI had poisoned him. But guess what? His reason for thinking that, he told you, was because Sophie said they gave her something red to drink. That was the first time they gave us some juice or something like that to drink. That was the first time, BCI might have planted something, or might have poisoned my kids. But what do we know? And again, Ms. Canepa pointed this out in cross-examination. Sophia didn't come out for an hour. He was in that car for an hour, sitting quietly, not saying anything, after he'd just gone through that interrogation. Now, you know what happened, all right? You know what happened. He gets out to that car, and his dad's like, he's giving him hand and arm signals. Hey, we've been bugged. All right? Again, if you are innocent, if you have no idea that your family is involved in this, and you just sat through that, and they're telling you the car's bugged, so what, Dad? We didn't do anything. What's the big deal? But they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. They didn't have their story straight yet. Remember? Angela had been hit with something they weren't ready for, the shoes, the picture of her buying the shoes. They have got to separate themselves from an area where they think is recorded and have a family meeting so they can discuss, oh hell, how are we going to explain this one? How are we going to get our story straight on this one? All right? That's what happened. That's what happened. And it shows, again, it shows that he's guilty, that all of them participated in all phases of this homicide. And finally, and this is number 20. I've just run through 20 reasons or 20 things you can't do. The 20th thing is you cannot pressure witnesses to not talk to law enforcement, knowing that that witness has information that may implicate you or your defendant in murders. All right? Again, I gave you a list of 20 things that folks did as co-conspirators, as co-defendants, as co-complicitors. All right? Now, here's the kicker. That's not a cumulative list. And I'm sure as you sit there and you go back and deliberate, you'll think of other things. But that's not a cumulative list. You don't have to do all of those things. If you do any one of those things on that list, well, it shows that you have the purpose to aid and abet. It shows that you've accepted that group intent, the collective intent. And it shows that you're guilty under complicity theory of murder. Now, I want to talk to you real quick. You're going to get, these are the jury instructions. You're going to get, this is the stack of jury instructions you're going to get, all right? And in each count of this indictment, 22 counts, each count, you're going to see this defendant is charged as the principal offender. All right? And I want to talk specifically about count one through 8. And Ms. Canepa, she pointed out a couple where we believe that this defendant actually could be or is the principal offender, but the overwhelming majority of the charges in this case, we're claiming that he aided and abetted. That's our theory of the case. And the reason I want to talk to you about that is, again, let's talk about the murders. You'll see that he's charged as the principal offender in counts 1 through 8, which are the aggravated murder. And the language in that, I'll paraphrase for you, but it's set up as a principal offender. So on or about April 22nd, 2016, in Pike County, or in the course of conduct in Pike County, George Wagner did, with prior calculation and design, purposely caused the death of another. That's the way it'll be set up. All right. Now, it's important because because it's written in the principal language, it can get confusing. When you look at that, you're like, well, he didn't pull the trigger. All right, so he didn't purposely cause the death of anybody. But if you go to the back, to the end of these instructions, one of the last things the judge is going to instruct you on is complicity. And you'll see that complicity applies to every count in this indictment. And ultimately, when you go back and deliberate how you do it, that's for you. But I'm going to give you a suggestion, all right? I would suggest that somebody, if not all of you, take the complicity language out of this stack, because it's a big stack. And as you go through each offense or each count, have the complicity set aside and apply it to each offense. So when you read the count, read it along with complicity, and then say, hey, look, did he do the things in complicity as applied to this count? It's important. It's important because even though each of these counts is written as the defendant is the principal offender, if you apply the complicity language to the count and you find beyond a reasonable doubt that he was complicit, that he aided and abetted, then he's guilty of that count.
Okay, now I obviously again have to pause for commentary under fair use, but this is actually a good point to pause, and this is an important point to make, and I want to make it now before it leaves my brain, as you guys have witnessed occurs frequently to your girl here. It is incredibly important that the prosecution explain the counts and this complicity. These are special instructions under counts 1 through 8, and they're important. And the reason why they are important is because in the Casey Anthony trial, there was not a special instruction that to the jury that they don't have to find the cause of death in order to find Casey Anthony guilty, which is why she was found not guilty. Had that special instruction been included in the jury instructions under the count of first degree premeditated unaliving, 137,11,50,1100% believe that they would have found her guilty. But because it wasn't in there, and they did not know that they did not have to, that there didn't have to be a cause of death, that there only had to be the manner of death, right? That they could have found her guilty, they would have found her guilty. That was the hang up. And this is why it is so very important, why jury instructions are so very important, and why when the prosecution is doing a closing argument, and this is the perfect time, the rebuttal is the absolute perfect time, because after he's done with this rebuttal, right, then the judge is going to read the jury instructions to the jury, right? And this is something that they will keep in the back of their mind, what he just said, and it's extremely, extremely important, especially when you consider the fact that there is a possibility that one juror might have some reasonable doubt. This will help if there is some reasonable doubt that he can be found guilty under this these 8 counts because of the complicity. That's why it's important, and he's done a fantastic job here. It's very difficult for me to even come back with a loophole argument here. Very difficult. That very rarely happens. As you guys see, I've covered a ton of these trials, and I usually always have a counter argument, a counterpoint, a loophole, something. But he's doing a really good job of closing any loophole argument I may have. It doesn't mean I won't have one in a minute, because I don't know what else he's going to say. But right now, I'm having a struggle. All right, here we go.
And if he's complicit, then anything the principal offender, if he aided and abetted, anything the principal offender did with respect to that count is imputed to him. That's the way the law works. And that's our theory of this case with respect to the murders. Now, I've spent a long time talking to you about complicity and the law of complicity. I want to talk for a second about the theme or theory of this case. Can you get that up for me? All right. I want to talk to you about the theme or theory. Mr. Parker spent some time talking about the theme or theory of the case. And I want to put a picture up for you. There it is right there. Now look, when you first heard about these murders, all right, even before you were a potential jury member, when you heard about these murders out in the community, I'm sure, just like Mr. Parker argued, in your head, somewhere along the way, you're like, nah, there's no way this could be about custody. Nah, there's no way you murdered 8 people over the custody of a child. Nah, surely you would do something else if you really wanted to have custody of a child. I want you to look at this picture. Man, this picture speaks volumes. It speaks volumes. Now, that picture was taken after the murders. How do we know? Well, Jake looked at it, and he told us it was after the murders. But look at Billy's hand. He's holding a little one there. So if you look at his hand, he's got the scorpion tattoo. And we know he got that tattoo on his trigger finger after the murders. Now, the defense, Mr. Parker stood up here in front of you, and even Angela and Jake, they don't want you to believe that this case is about custody, that these murders had anything to do about custody. But make no mistake about it. Those 2 children in that picture were never going to be raised anything other than Wagner. It wasn't going to happen. And while custody may mean different things to different people, the bottom line is, after these murders, these 2 children lived in the full-time custody and control of the Wagners. Now, to achieve that goal, the goal of raising these 2 children as Wagner, they basically stole Bullvine. All right? Now, again, you heard Tabby sign Bullvine, sign this papers. She didn't have a safe place for him when she first left. She wasn't in a good position to take care of him when she first left. But she signed those papers, again, understanding that one day she would be reunited with her kid. That one day she would be able to see her kid under her terms. And when it became apparent that she wasn't going to be able to do that, she tried to get him back. But that was never going to happen. It didn't matter if she got a job. It didn't matter if she lived in a nice, clean house. It didn't matter if she was away from her family. She was never going to have the kind of custody and control of her child that she wanted. And if you look at that picture again, while they stole Bullvine, they wiped out an entire family to get to custody. To achieve that goal, they went to those ends. And the defense wants you, as we look at the theme or theory in this case, the defense wants you to mistake motive with justification. All right, think about that. The way the Wagners justified these killings in their head and amongst themselves is to protect Sophia from being abused by the rodents. But let's be honest. Let's be honest. You know why the Wagners never called Children's Services? You know why the Wagners never took her to the doctor to look into these sex abuse claims? You know why they never called Children's Services? Because it wasn't true. It wasn't true. It wasn't true. They made terrible allegations about this family amongst themselves. They couldn't do it out in public because it wasn't true. And how do we know it didn't happen? Because it's the same type of abuse claim they made against Tabby and Pat. It's their playbook. And
Okay, I got to pause for commentary. Another good point that he is making right here is not to confuse justification with motive. That's an extremely important point to make. But the other point to make is that after these murders occurred, okay, it isn't like all of the two children in question here. Well, really, all four of them. Okay, well, not all four of them, because the child that Frankie had that was not with Hannah Hazel went to his mom because there was no like issue there. Okay, but I guarantee you that child services was involved with Hannah Mae's newborn, with Bullvine, and with Sophia. And I guarantee you that they were interviewed, those children, that they looked at those children. And if any of those abuse claims had any validity at all, why didn't Jake and Angela talk to children's services in the interim? Because they didn't just, I mean, yes, Sophie physically was at Jake's home the night that these crimes occurred. Okay. But when there were social services had to be involved when they began deciding where these kiddos would ultimately end up. So, hey, Vicky. So he's making a very, very good point. A very, very good point. And since these have occurred, and since they were arrested and charged, right, and the children removed from their custody, okay, don't you think social services has interviewed them since then? If there was even a kernel of truth to this, don't you think that the defense would have brought it up? They would have subpoenaed those records and they would have talked about it. That's why the defense wants to steer the jury away from the motive of this case. And he is 100% correct. They used subterfuge, bullying, to get Bullvine away from Tabby. But Sophie was a completely different story. There was no way that those tactics were ever going to work on Hannah. She was too headstrong. She had her own thoughts. She was, but also, even if they had managed to intimidate her in some way, shape, or form, she had the support of her family behind her, which is really why all of this happened. They had to eliminate the threats, being Hannah herself. But that wasn't going to be enough, because they couldn't take the risk that just because Hannah was no longer living, that the Rodens, Dana and Chris, would not try to get custody of Sophia. So they had to eliminate Chris and they had to eliminate Dana. And everybody else that they eliminated was either because they were going a potential witness or a potential threat. Frankie and Ken specifically would have fought for their family. And that's the way that it is. And none of us can understand this line of thinking. It doesn't make sense to us, and it shouldn't make sense to us. It's not supposed to, right? But we're not thinking about what we would do. We're thinking about what did they do? What would they do? Does this fit this family's pattern of behavior? And 111 billion million % it does. Okay, that's all the commentary. Let's keep going.
in the law, we call that common planner scheme. All right? And you can use common planner scheme to show intent or motive. And with the Wagners, the common plan or scheme that they use to try to get sole possession of, to get sole control over these kids, is they fabricate claims of abuse against moms or potential moms to push them out of the picture. Now look, it worked. It worked with Tabby. It worked with Beth, but they weren't as strong as Hannah. Hannah wasn't playing that game. Tabby and Beth, they didn't have a support network. Guess who did? Guess who had a whole family behind them? Hannah. And you know what? Her family was never letting his brother, letting his mom take Sophia the way they had taken Bullvine. It wasn't happening. And they knew this. The Wagners knew it. As a matter of fact, they were scared of the rodents. Remember in Billy's first interview back in September, you heard it. You heard it really early in the trial. In his first interview back in September 2016, he tells the investigator something about Chris, something like, hey, look, if you're going to fight him, you better put him down because he's going to just keep coming at you. He also said something in that same interview, you fight one of the rodents, you fight them all. Right? That was in their head. They knew what was up. You also heard the recording from Jake's truck. When they were up there doing a custody pickup and he's in the car, he's freaking out. Get out of here. Get out of here before Chris and them get out. No, don't go by the house. Don't go. He's scared. They are scared of the rodents. And they knew they were never prying Sophie from her family. So what do? They go to their fallback.
I'm smart
Their
sometimes,
collective motive of sex abuse. And they use that to justify the claim to protect Sophie. They use that to justify the need to commit murder. And even though protecting Sophie was how they justified in their head, man, make no mistake about it. Their desire to have Sophie and to raise her 100% Wagner was why they did this. Think about that for a second. If you look at that desire, at their need to raise these children the way they wanted to raise them, to raise these children 100% as Wagners, and you peel back the idea, the layer, the theme or theory of this case, just one more past custody, you'll see what this case is really about. It's about power and control. It's about control. And think about it in your lives. If you know anyone in your life who has a control issue, struggles with control, it could be, again, a family member, boss, ex-boyfriend, girlfriend, ex-spouse. Man, the playbook is the same, almost the same every time. And you see it play out in this case, almost textbook. Often the need to control someone comes from a place of fear. Fear that you're going to lose the person. Fear that you're the only one who can protect the person. Fear that other people will negatively impact your relationship with that person. Fear that the
Sorry, just one more time for commentary because this is important. He's right. This really ultimately is about power and control, and that is so perfectly illustrated in the conversation between Angela and Jake when she is talking about Beth Ann and how Jake has got Sophia believing Beth Ann over her. That was deeply upsetting to Angela. It was a personal affront to her. It was a personal affront for not only Sophia to have it explained to her about the family tree and who was a grandma and who was a mom, right? it was a personal affront to her that Bovine then got that lesson, right, from Sophia, because he had been calling Angela, so, not just mama, there was some like variation of it, right? But that's what she was upset about. She yelled at Jake. We heard it in the audio that, you know, not only did she not appreciate Jake telling Sophia that, she didn't appreciate Sophia repeating it to Bovine. And where she's different from George is that she placed blame, as messed up as it is, but it's correct, right? George is angry at Sophia, who's a child, for Pete's sake, okay? Angela places it where it belongs, which is with Jake. If Jake had never opened up his mouth and explained the family tree and said that yes, Sophia could call Beth mom, yada yada yada, none of this would ever happen. And it was a personal affront to Angela. And the Wagners did not want any interference in the way that they raised Bovine and Sophia. And that was what this was all about: power and control. They wanted to control those kids, period. That's what it was about. Custody is sort of like just the tip of the iceberg. It's what you see on the surface. But if you just look a little deeper, you'll see what the root of the issue really is. And it is about control.
The person you're trying to control will like other people more than they like you. And you see that in this case. Again, did you think about it? The need to control someone follows a fairly common pattern. What do you see in these situations? Well, the person being controlled is cut off from outside influences. They're cut off from family members, friends, co-workers. The person being controlled is indoctrinated with the controller's beliefs, their values, their norms. The person being controlled is unable to establish their own identity, their own belief system. And the person being controlled is under almost near surveillance or observation. And another trait that you see in these situations, again, with controlling people who are starting to lose control, are scared that they're not going to be able to control the person anymore.
I got to say one more thing before I forget, and then I for reals am going to mute for a while and let you guys, because I want to hear this too. But what he's talking about here, about how a person maintains control. So with Jake and George, they grew up with Angela. So she raised them. But she did a lot of triangulating between the two of them. And that is what kept them under control. She knew how to manipulate her sons in a way that only a mother does know how to do to their children, particularly their sons. Okay. So she triangulated them. She manipulated them. She had control over those boys. Right. But this is what's interesting about Angela. Simultaneously, as she is controlling the boys, George, her sons, I'm not going to say the boys, simultaneously as she is controlling her sons, Jake and George, she is also manipulating them to believe that they're actually the ones in control. They're the ones bossing Angela around, when ultimately what she does is line things up in such a way that it appears to be their decision, but really it's what Angela wanted all along, right? Alaska, all the things. Beth Ann out of the picture, Tabby out of the picture, Hannah out of the picture, right? Where she failed and where this went horribly, horribly wrong and sideways is she forgot to teach her sons how to treat women. See, if George and Jake had been better to Hannah and Tabitha, likely they would have stayed longer. and they would have been. I doubt that Hannah would ever have been able to. She just had. She was too headstrong in her own right. Plus, she had a. It was never. She was never going to allow herself to be isolated from her family, and that was a problem. But there could have been room for compromise there if Angela had taught her sons how to treat women. Unfortunately, she didn't. However you want to look at it, and this is the end result of it. This is why they had to go the extra mile, as it were, with Hannah, because she was never going to submit ever. I think it might have taken a little bit longer had she taught. She might have stayed longer if Angela had taught her sons how to treat women correctly. But ultimately, it would have ended up with them splitting up. They were not going to be endgame, Hannah and Jake. No way. Tabitha, she might have been.
More, because all of a sudden you see them resort to desperate measures. The Wagners need to control how these children, how the grandchildren are going to be raised. That's a group trait. That's a group characteristic. They all subscribe to this idea. And clearly from the evidence, the primary control freak in this family is Angela. There's no doubt about it. She's the one, you heard her on it. I mean, there's no doubt about it. She's the one who's the control freak. But you listened to those recordings from the summer of 2018. You actually had the aids that allowed you to kind of follow along. When it comes to the need to control the situation with Beth, the need to protect the children, the need to say how the household's going to be run, right down to who can and can't use the front door. Who's running the show? It's him. Then on those recordings, it's him. He sounds just like Angela, just like her. He wants everyone to know that he's calling the shot. He wants everyone to know that he's making the rules with respect to things, how things are going to be with the kids and how they're going to be with the household. He even threatens Jake. I mean, he says, Jake, look, if you're not going to do what you need to do to protect your kid, I'm going to take it. He's the one that has the control issues, just like Angela. Did you hear, it was hard to hear, but did you hear on that recording him manipulating Bullvine after they crossed the border? Did you hear that? Bullvine, those people are bad people. They want to kill your daddy. They want to kill your uncle. They want to kill your grandpa. That's what manipulation looks like. That's what control looks like. And he's just like Angela when it comes to that. I'm telling you, it's the same intent. It's a collective thought amongst them. And you heard those calls. There's no way if Angela thought or was claiming that Sophie was being sexually abused back in the beginning of 2016, no way he's not involved. There's no way he's not putting his 2 cents in. No way. If Jake and Billy are going up the hill to kill the rodents, there's no way George is sitting on the sidelines and letting that happen without him. Jake's apparently nearly blind at dark at night. He can't drive at night. He drives at night. Billy's got a broken back and strung out on drugs. Through Billy's own words, again, we know Chris and Kenneth aren't people to be taken lightly. George is the protector. George is the strong one. George is the good shot. George is the fighter. What were Angela's words? George loves Sophia. He wouldn't let anything happen to Sophia. We all wanted to protect Sophia. Do you think for 1 second the guy you heard on that recording is sitting this out? No way. No way. Let's use his words. Let's use his own words. He was coming, and he was bringing hell with him. This isn't the guy who sits on the sidelines. And we can call it custody, we can call it protection, but the bottom line is it was always about control. And guess what? For a year and a half after they slaughtered the rodents, they had it. They had exactly what they wanted. These children were being raised 100% Wagner. And now he wants to control the outcome of this case through his bogus stories. I want to take a few minutes and I want to talk to you about the why behind the deals with Jake and Angela. We talked about the deals, talked about how we gave them, but I want to talk about the why. Mr. Parker brought it up. All right. The defendant wants you to believe that Jake's our star witness. That the whole case rises or falls on Jake. Let me remind you, I don't need to remind you, let me remind you, we laid out about 6 weeks of testimony before we ever put Jake on the stand. And I know it was long. I know it was tedious. I know there had to be times where you were sitting there like, okay, just put Jake on the stand. We want to hear from Jake. But we did it this way on purpose. We wanted to show you the depth and the complexity of BCI's investigation. We wanted to show you that BCI, they didn't just lock in to the Wagners. They didn't just lock into the Wagners to the exclusion of everybody else. And if you remember, it wasn't even until about September of 2016 that the Wagners really even popped up on the radar screen. That we really started to actually like, hey, we're going to have to rule these guys out. And there were a couple things that happened in September of 2016 that were like, uh-oh, this is kind of a red flag. The first was Jeff Tackett and Charlie Gilly both independently told BCI that Billy was telling them stories about why the Rodens got killed. And do you remember? He told, both of them independently said, Billy told me that he and Chris were involved in a drug deal with Skid Montgomery. And we cut him out, and that's why Chris got murdered. Now, again, you heard investigators thought, well, it's kind of interesting, all right, for a couple reasons. First of all, because they independently told the same story. And second of all, they're like, if he's telling people that he and Chris were involved in a deal where they cut Skid Montgomery out, and Chris's entire family ends up slaughtered, but Billy's doesn't have a scratch on it? Well, that's kind of interesting. And it was interesting enough that, again, we're like, let's talk to Billy. And again, September 2016, you heard the recording of when they talked to Billy. They talked him out in the parking lot up there. And a couple interesting things stand out in that interview. Number one, he lied about his phone activity. Point blank lie. All right. He told you, well, they were trying to get his phone. They wanted to get the phone that he had after the homicide. He said, I don't have that anymore. I broke it. And do you remember why he said he broke it? I broke it because Chris and I are best friends. And after the murder, I just kept accidentally calling him. And I just got mad one day because he was dead, and I kept calling him, and I smashed that phone. Well, we go and look at the phone records. And guess what? There's not a single call from Billy to Chris after the homicides. So we're like, that's interesting. The next thing is, we look at phone records. Our analysts look at the phone records. And you can see those couple of calls to Billy, from Chris to Billy the night of the homicides. And they go unanswered. But the next morning, Billy gets up and right away, he calls his voicemail. And after he calls his voicemail, again, even though Chris's calls went to voicemail, there's no calls to Chris. And we know he wouldn't have known about the murders, at least for a couple hours in the morning. So your best friend in the world is calling you rapid fire the night before. It's going to voicemail. You pick up the phone and you don't call it? Why? Well, because you know he's dead. You know he's dead. Another interesting thing he said in that first interview is he gave the investigators really the first look at why all 8 of the Rodens might have been killed. And you heard Agent Scheider talk a little bit about their investigation. They just couldn't, one of the things they couldn't figure out is why all 8? I mean, you could see, okay, if Chris and Kenneth get killed, they're both growing marijuana. Maybe it has something to do with that. if for one reason or other, somebody's targeted down at Dana's, well, why go all the way out to Ken's? And it just wasn't adding up as to why all 8 were wiped out in one night. But during that interview, Billy tells the investigators, hey, look, you're going to fight one rodent, you're fighting them all. And all of a sudden, it's like, well, wait a second. Maybe I had to wipe them out to prevent retribution or retaliation. And that's the first time that really kind of started to play into the picture. The other thing he did is he gives the same basic story that Charlie Gilley and Jeff Tackett told about the Skid Montgomery deal, except for he leaves himself out this time. He leaves himself out of the story. He didn't say anything about him being involved in or being in danger. And what you saw, again, based on that interview, the way we do things, or the way they do things, is they rule people out. They look for ways to rule people out so they're not suspects anymore. And after that interview, like, we can't rule him out. As a matter of fact, we probably ought to keep looking at him. So through the fall of 16 and winter of 17, you heard testimony about the investigators, the analysts looking into the Wagners and trying to find something, anything, that will allow them to rule them out as suspects. And again, through that time, they weren't necessarily classified as targets or suspects at that point, but they certainly weren't ruled out either. And some of the things that you heard that they looked at, Facebook records, and they saw, hey, the way the Wagners are telling us everything's just rosy with custody doesn't play out. It's not the same thing we're seeing in these Facebook records. And you heard about the Tower Hill. Again, Ms. Canepa talked about it, but the first time in 2016 that Billy spent the night at Peterson Road was the night of the murder. Oh, which reminds me, in opening statement, they said, hey, he didn't know anything about these murders. He wakes up the next morning and everything's just normal. Everything's just normal, everything's fine. Guess what? It wasn't normal. His dad was there. His dad had spent the night. And that stands out to investigators. They're like, that's suspicious. And again, you hear that this type of evidence causes these investigators to continue to look at the Wagners. And eventually you heard about them getting the search warrants. And eventually you heard about them downloading the phones. And what you see is, as a result of that, they recovered the shell casings from Peterson Road that were fired from the same gun that killed the rodents. And at that point, now they're in the crosshairs. At that point, when you find shell casings that match shell casings from the scene, you better believe you're a suspect at that point. And that's when, again, I'm not going to go, Ms. Canepa covered this yesterday, I'm not going to go through all the other evidence.
Honestly, I'd like to thank you for not going over all of that evidence again, because yes, you are correct. Ms. Canepa did go over that, and it's probably not really necessary at this point. But I would also like to point out that he said something very interesting, and this is very, very true, and it's something that we should keep in mind, particularly with the cases that we've been really talking about, or the YouTube has really been talking about over this last, since the beginning of October. So that being the Quentin Simon and the Idaho 4 cases. So an investigation is mainly in the beginning about ruling people out as suspects, right? And then you start, looking at ruling people in. And I think that that's important, because when we're discussing cases that are open, right, and ongoing, and we're talking about what law enforcement is doing and why they are talking to this person, and they're talking to, when they talk to a person and then they talk to them multiple times, there is an element there of ruling out. They could be talking to a person multiple times because they are attempting to rule them out. However, as we've seen with this case, right, when they spoke to Jake, when they spoke to Billy, and they go to corroborate what it is that they've been told, right, it's not adding up. So when there is a contradiction, then there has to be a further investigation. And that's how an investigation works. It's like an upside down triangle, right? An inverted triangle. So you start at the bottom, right? And then with a ton of people, right? And then you work your way down to the pinnacle, to the point, to the top of the triangle to get your suspect, right? Or ultimately, then the person that or persons that you end up charging with a crime. That's how it works. So, yeah, cripes. This thing, I hate this widget. I don't know why it pops up every single time. I just barely even get near it. So annoying. Here we go.
Recovered about that time. But again, it was clear at that point that they were suspects and the investigation turned towards the Wagners. Now, the reason I wanted to recap all of that with you was to show you that BCI had the Wagners. They had them long before Jake ever comes forward. The evidence that BCI recovered had all of them as complicitors. It did. It had each and every one of them. Angela says, I bought the shoes for my boys. There's 2 different shoe prints in the scene. All right? That type of evidence had all of them participating, or at least complicit, in these homicides. And again, 99% of the evidence that you've heard in the course of this trial, that you've heard over the last couple of months, 99% of that evidence was recovered from the hard work, the dedication, the tenacity of BCI investigators, BCI analysts, BCI scientists. It was good old-fashioned police work, not the cooperation of Jake and Angela. Jake Wagner is not the state's, he's not our star witness. He's a terrible, terrible human being. He's evil. And he's going to spend the rest of his miserable existence locked in a cage. He's going to spend the rest of his life separated from what means most to him, his family. He will never be free again. And as incredibly distasteful as it was, the state entered into an agreement with Jake for one reason. We needed one thing from them: guns. That's what we needed from him. Him leading us to those guns was incredibly important. Do you know why? You actually saw it. When this trial first started, you saw some of it in the questions that they were asking about the drugs. And there was a lot of emphasis early on when we were doing the scenes about the drugs at the scene. And you heard about it again when Billy talked about Skid Montgomery. The reason we needed those guns was because of the drugs. The Wagner's defense, from the moment they planned this homicide, the Wagner's defense was going to be that the Rodens were killed because of Chris's drug activity. It's the reason he lied to the investigators at the border. They couldn't put Billy in it because that question would be asked. Well, why wasn't Billy killed too? Again, the reason Billy was running around town telling people about this drug deal. Their defense in this case was going to be, look, as a family, we didn't have any problem with the Rodens. Everything was fine with Jake and Hannah over Sophia. Custody, there was no custody problem here at all. We loved Hannah. We loved her like a daughter. We loved her like a sister. Chris was Dad's best friend. Frankie was my best friend. We went to their 4th of July parties. Our family would never hurt theirs. Chris had to be murdered because, the family had to be murdered because of Chris's drug deal. That had to be what happened. That was going to be their defense in this case. But when Jake led us to the guns, it flipped that defense 180 degrees. No longer could they come in and use that defense. Not only did it destroy their defense, it destroyed all of the rumors that you had heard out in the community before you became part of the jury. All right? No more arguing. No more arguing. It was the cartel. No more arguing that, hey, Chris Jr. got in this fight. He did. Chris Jr. got in a fight a couple of weeks before these murders happened where somebody in the fight actually threatened the entire family. You don't think we would have heard that as a defense? You don't think we would have had to play defense against that? Gone. No more arguing it was the dirty sheriff who's now in prison. All of those arguments could have been and would have been used to try to plant seeds of reasonable doubt in your mind. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Can you imagine how much longer we would have been here if, in addition to proving that the defendant was complicit with his family in committing these murders, we would have had to actually rule out all of these other defenses? It would have been astronomical. All of those arguments were gone the second Jake led us to those guns. And as a result, the defense changes now to, I'm the black sheep of my family. My brother hated me.
Okay, so just one more. Well, I don't know why I keep saying just one more, because I can't tell you if this is the last time I'm going to interrupt, because I don't know how long this guy's going to go on, and I have to pause for commentary. Plus, also, I have something important to say here. So, when he's talking about, crap, I just lost it. Shit. It'll come back to me. I'm going to push play. Sorry, you guys.
I hated him. He's making this whole thing up just to get a deal for himself. But guess what? That doesn't match. Doesn't match the evidence. Doesn't match what you've heard. There's a couple problems with that.
Okay, I remembered it now. There is a significant amount of time that lapsed between the arrest of the Wagners, which was November 13th, 2018, and when Jake ended up taking the plea deal. So Jake takes the plea deal 5 years to the day after the murders occurred. So that would be April 16th, 2021. That's almost 3 years that Jake was sitting in jail awaiting trial, right? And Angela sitting in jail awaiting trial on these charges before Jake confessed and ultimately took a plea deal, yada, yada, yada. And then this is why we're here today. Okay. That's what I wanted to point out, because the defense, and they have to, this is their job. I completely understand why they're doing it, why they're going after these Jake and Angela getting the deals of the century. Angela got a better deal than Jake did, for sure, obviously. But again, she didn't pull the trigger. So, and she wasn't there. She just aided and abetted. She's part of the complicity part of the charges, right? So, but yeah, that's a long time. It wasn't immediate, and all the while they're the investigation doesn't stop just because there is an arrest and an indictment and an arrest. It continues to progress. The state was still putting together their case. They had enough. They believed at the time they had enough to charge the Wagners and take them to trial, right? But they didn't just leave it at that. They continued to talk to people and process evidence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, let me stop talking now.
First of all, you heard from the stand, if he's trying to claim, oh, Jake's only doing this to get rid of the death penalty for himself, all right? You heard Jake testify that he originally told his defense attorneys about his brother's involvement in what happened a year before he authorized them to try to get a deal. a year before. He didn't make this up to get a deal. As a matter of fact, when he originally told his defense attorneys, he still wanted to go to trial. He was still going to have a trial. It wasn't until a year later that his defense attorneys came forward and tried to get a deal. And guess what? That deal wasn't just for him. It was for the defendant. He didn't just get the death penalty off himself. He got the death penalty off of the defendant. There is no more death penalty in this case.
It made me
You
laugh.
are not
too,
going back to vote on
Got
the
some
death penalty.
singers in here, I have to
Because
say.
of Jake. Not because of the defendant. You heard the 2018 recorded conversations. Again, those gave you a pretty good sneak peek at how the family interacted with each other. And again, what the defendant's trying to sell you with respect to the family dynamic is just not true. Just not true. And finally, Angela independently verified what Jake said about George's involvement. And I want to talk to you for a few minutes about Angela and about her deal. You heard that she gave us her statement in August of 2021. It's about.
I would just like to say here that Angela Wagner is a fucked up duck. The end. Like that should be the only argument. I think that's been clearly demonstrated throughout the days and weeks in this trial. Angela Wagner is a fucked up duck. The end.
4 months after Jake talked to us. And it was important for us to independently verify some of the things that Jake had said, especially about, we had the guns, obviously that was good, but now we wanted to independently verify some of the things that he had said with respect to other family members' involvement. We needed to do that. So in August of 2021, 4 months later, we sat down with Angela to talk about her version of what happened. And you heard that we had not given that statement to anyone. We had not given Jake's statement to anyone. We purposely held it so that nobody else would know what Jake said. At the time that we met with Angela, she had no idea. Now look, she's a terrible human being. There's no doubt about it. She's evil, and what she did with respect to instigating and manipulating this led to these homicides. And even though she didn't go up to Union Hill Road, you better believe she's complicit in what happened here. She's not the state's star witness, but what she does do is she independently verified what Jake told us. And let me tell you, especially, again, with each and every family member's participation. Let me give you an example of how it helped. All right? So let's say we sit down with Angela in August of 2021, and she tells us the defendant's version of the story. George didn't know anything about this. He didn't know anything about this. We kept it from him, and he didn't participate in any way, shape, or form. Well, if she tells us that, then now we know we have a problem with Jake's statement. All right? That for one reason or other, he's trying to sell his brother out. But obviously, that didn't happen. So let's look at it another way. Let's say that she tells us when we sit down with her, hypothetically, that she tells us, when George got home from the murders, we all talked about it. And he told me that he actually killed 3 of the people. He actually pulled the trigger on three of the homicides. Again, if she tells us that, we know we got a problem with what she said, or with what Jake said. Either Jake is downplaying his brother's involvement, or she's overplaying his involvement. But obviously, that didn't happen. What did happen was her cooperation allowed us to overlay her statement with what Jake had said 4 months earlier. And guess what? They matched. They matched. The only way that happens without her knowing what he said is if they're telling the truth about what they observed, what they knew. That's the only way that happens. As distasteful as it was to deal with both Jake and Angela, Man, their testimony corroborated what the investigation had uncovered. Their testimony and their statements corroborated each other. And their testimony and their assistance helped remove all the white noise, all of
No,
those
I don't
other
think we
defenses
did,
that we wouldn't
Amelia,
have had to deal
because
with.
of the complexity of this case.
And their statements and their testimony show that everybody in the family was acting under the same collective intent, and that everybody participated in the murders, and that everybody is guilty. I'm going to do some rapid fire now with you. All right? Mr. Parker, in his closing argument, specifically talked to you about the phone records. He wanted you to pay attention to the phone records. The
That
phone
close
records in this
section,
case
though.
do corroborate
That's it.
Jake's statement. They do. Specifically, I want to point out an anomaly in Dana's records. All right? You're going to have this document back there. It's going to be one exhibit. This is Dana's phone records from the last night. And you'll see I highlighted actually the last 7 texts are highlighted. What you'll see if you look at this record is that Dana was engaging in pretty good texting back and forth until just after midnight, just about midnight. And then there's almost a 3.5 hour gap before there's any other activity that's recorded by the records. And then at 3:30,
I know,
3:31:38.
and he's been saying it right this whole time. I think he just got a little excited.
You have a series of 7 texts, all to the same number within 30 seconds of each other.
What if Jake did the text
And I
11?
say that's an anomaly because it doesn't make sense that you'd have a 3-hour gap and then all of a sudden you'd have these 7 texts, all the same number, bam, 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 just like that. All right? Now you heard testimony here that phone reception's terrible out there. All right. You also heard testimony.
Oh my gosh, this is literally what I
they took the
said.
phone jammer that night. You also heard testimony that at some point during the night, Jake popped on and powered up one of those phones to see what time it was, because again, they didn't have a clock, or they didn't have their own phones. So he powered up one of those phones to see what time it was. Have you ever, again, you're allowed to use your own experiences. Have you ever had one of those experiences where you're out of service or don't have service, and all of a sudden you pop back into service or something happens, and all of a sudden you get bing, 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 a bunch of texts
I
that
get a bunch of notifications.
all of a
Yes.
sudden pop up,
Mhm.
and it's clear from the context of the text that they were sent earlier? I'm telling you, as you look at these messages, it doesn't make any sense other than that explanation as to why you'd have that gap. She shuts down. I mean, she's going, again, pretty regularly right up until a little bit after midnight, and then nothing. Nothing until that series of texts. Look, she wasn't alive at 3 o'clock. She wasn't alive at 3 o'clock. All right? She's killed sometime after that midnight, before those texts were released or showed up on her records. That's what that shows. And when you look at that, again, it's consistent with the security camera where they picked up the vehicles. It's consistent with Jake's testimony about what he saw, or excuse me, what they did. When Mr. Parker was talking to you, he was talking about Angela's testimony. One of the things he said to you as he was talking is he said, hey, look, she watched Billy and Jake walk out the door, and then she just went to bed. She didn't call 911. She didn't call Hannah. You remember him saying that? And he said she watched Billy and Jake walk out the door. That wasn't her testimony. Her testimony was all 3 boys walked out the door. And that intentional misstatement, again, shows you the desperation of this defense. Because they know he's guilty. They know he did it.
Well, again, this is argument, but we do need to watch what, try and say what Mr. Parker knows.
Okay.
The jury, of course, understands that this is argument, and the jury will rely on its collective memories as to what the evidence is. So I'm gonna let you continue with your argument.
Crap, I know I had a thought and I don't remember shit. Ugh.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk about the shoes. He's talked about the shoes a little bit. She has about 2 pair of shoes.
Okay, I remembered something. So, remember how I talked about the way that Angela speaks of Billy or George and Jake, right? And that it would be unusual for her to refer to Billy, Jake, and George as the boys. Well, I thought about it a little deeper than that because there was a time period when I had my 2 sons, and there's a 2-year gap between my youngest son and my oldest daughter, right? And I do think there might have been one or two occasions when I referred to the 3 of them, my husband and my boys, as the boys. There might have, like, to them though, saying, I'm so glad I have all my boys here, something to that effect. So I guess my point is I can see it both ways. However, once I had my girls, which Angela didn't get, so I feel like her and Billy were so estranged by the time that this all occurred that I highly doubt she was referring to Billy as her boys. And that's all I wanted to say about that. Okay, let's keep going.
And he wants you to believe that she bought those shoes for Billy and Jake. That's what he said when he got up there. 2 things about that, all right? Number 1, we surprised her at the border. She was not ready at the border to be confronted with those shoes. And what did she say at the border? She said, I bought them for my boys, all right? And she, again, confirms it a little bit more by saying they didn't like it. They thought they were old man shoes, like your papaw shoes. It's clear, again, when she's surprised, out of her mouth is coming what happened. She's trying to explain what happened. She bought those shoes for Jake and George. No doubt about it. Take it a step further. Knowing what you know about how this murder was committed, all right? There's no way Billy's wearing those Walmart athletic shoes the night of the murder, because he's got to interact with Chris and Gary. Remember, he's the one that's doing, like, looking at the weed or setting up this deal or whatever the cover story is. What do you think Chris and Gary would have said if Billy comes rolling up in those Walmart shoes? Billy wears boots. Billy wears, come on, man. He can't walk up there in those Walmart shoes without them being like, what is going on? He was dressed just like he was normally dressed when he was interacting with them because he couldn't draw any suspicion to them. They were in the back because they were the ones actually who were supposed to do the killing. They were the ones who had the mask on. They were the ones who were suited up. They didn't have their shoes on. Mr. Parker said that Jake was the only one in crime scene 1. And he talked about the inside of that scene a little bit. I don't want to bog down in this, but I'll tell you, just talk about it a little bit. Look, the evidence, their expert actually told you, the evidence in the scene actually can tell the story better a lot of times than a witness can. And there's no doubt that when Chris was shot, when he was initially shot with that SKS, he was standing inside that door. Those bullet holes are through that door. He wasn't on that porch. There's not a shred of evidence that he's on that porch. There's not a drop of blood on that porch. He got his arm nearly severed off by that SKS round, and there's not a drop of blood, not a smear of blood on the outside of that house. He was inside the house. Why is that important? That's important because the story of only one person or one shooter doesn't work if Chris is shot inside the house. It doesn't work. Because there's no evidence at all that he tried to flee, tried to move. He shot through that door with that SKS. And I don't know if you remember when I was cross-examining the expert, he never gave it up. But you You can see the moment when he realized, oh, I might have made a mistake, right? He based his assessment on, remember those wood chips in Chris's head? He talked about, well, those came from that wood out front. That's not wood. That's pressed like laminate. It's sawdust and glue is what it is. It's not splinters in that. What is in Chris's head are actual splinters. And then I took him inside the house, right inside that door. And inside that door frame, we showed him the fresh wood where it had been chipped off. And you could almost see it, but he didn't give it up. But you could almost see it click in his eyes, like, oh, I see it. I see now. All right. And again, when you look at what happened, it matches that scene in Chris's body matches perfectly. All right. He gets shot in the arm. He gets shot in the stomach. He bends over. Those bullets are coming through. He takes those wood chips to the head. And then he turns. And another incredibly important piece of evidence with respect to Chris's shooting is that chest shot. That shot that he took in the chest is a contact shot. All right? It charred his sweatshirt. You know what that means? That means that somebody inside that house was right there with that .40 and shot him in the chest. When he spun around, again, you saw that blood right there in front of the house. It's clear that at that point, he spins around, and Billy's standing right there. And Billy puts that gun in his chest and shoots him. And he falls over to where eventually that rocker recliner ends up. Not a rocker recliner was moving. That rocker recliner actually was kind of over more by the door. You can see from the pictures. And Gary was sitting in that rocker recliner. And Jake saw it. You know, when Jake's laying there, remember Chris comes back out. George doesn't shoot, not Chris. George doesn't shoot. Billy comes back out and he's like, hey, what's up? You know, why didn't that happen? Gary's sitting in that rocker recliner and Jake sees it. All right? When the shooting starts, again, you can see this from the scene. When the shooting starts, at that point, Gary flips up that rocker recliner and makes a move. How do you know that? Because he's got that bullet hole. He's got that .40 in the back of his hat. He's got that bruise on the back of his calf where he popped that rocker recliner up real quick. And he rolls out and he gets dropped by Billy in the back of the head. And he falls right there at the back where his blood's found, at the back of the trailer. And Billy comes back over and boom, 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 shoots him. Then Billy comes over to Chris. As Chris lays ultimately over by where that rocker recliner, his pool of blood is found. And Billy stitches it with that .40. Boom, 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 boom. And you can see it, man. When you look at those autopsy pictures, you literally can see that straight line where he boom, 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 shoots it. He misses one. And it goes down through the floor and is recovered underneath the trailer. Now, that has to happen fast. The only way they're killed in that position is if that happens fast. Otherwise, Chris is running to the back of the trailer. Gary's running to the back of the trailer. They're killed somewhere else. You don't have time for somebody to shoot from out in those cars down on the ground and end up in that house killing them right where they are with no signs of retreat or anything like that. Billy was inside that house, just like Jake said. Billy comes out. He's freaking out. Jake goes in and he pulls the keys out of Chris's pocket. And again, how do we know that Chris was laying there? How do we know he pulled those keys out of his pocket right there? That little wrench. There's a little wrench, I think a little knife, that in addition to the keys he got out. And he goes straight up with the keys to the upstairs and goes in and pulls that DVR. When he comes down from pulling the DVR, those bodies are moved. Those bodies are in the back at this point. And any argument that this defendant was too big, too clumsy, whatever it was, to move those bodies to that back bedroom is bunk. All right? Because Todd Portner, who's he was 6 foot, our BCI guy that did that scene, or did the Pharaoh scan, he was like 6 foot something, north of 300 pounds, big guy. He had no problem getting back, carrying the Pharaoh scan, carrying all his equipment. He didn't knock anything over. He didn't knock that trash bag off that chair. He didn't knock that chair over. He was able to carry his equipment back there, no problem at all. And let's be real. Who moved those bodies in that trailer while Jake was upstairs getting that DVR stuff? It was the defendant. Chris Newcomb tells us how strong he is. Have you ever tried to carry dead weight? It's heavy. It's heavy. Billy's got a bad back. Billy's got a broken back. Who can? I think Chris Newcomb's words were, man, you should see him. You should see him drag a deer. You should see him drag a deer. Who's dragging those bodies? It's this guy. And when Jake comes back down, again, he goes in. Probably says, hey, did you guys get the phones? Hey, we got to get the phones. Goes back in to look for evidence. While he's in there, actually on his way to the back, that's when he steps in the blood. Defendant at this point, he's already stepped in the blood and left his size 11s in there. Jake goes in, goes to the back, grabs those phones. He says the bodies were covered at that point. All right? You know you're covering the bodies at that point to hide them. All right? Just in case anybody kind of looks in, or you're covering those bodies to hide them. It's not a pattern of behavior. This is about covering up what.
Hold on. I do have to point out a flaw here. Not in his argument, but in Mr. Parker's closing argument. Because everybody's feet were measured, right? Jake's were measured, George's were measured, Billy's were measured. Everybody that, even the Manley family, their feet were measured. So my question is, what size shoe does Billy Wagner wear? He's significantly bigger than Jake for sure, and he's a little bit bigger than George as well. So I'm curious because I feel like if George and Billy wore the same size shoe, as much fuss has been made, and this is the thing, the physical evidence that ties George to the crime scene, if they wore the same shoe size, wouldn't the defense have pointed that out? That you can't prove one way or another whether it was George's feet in those shoes or whether it was Billy's feet in those shoes because they wear the same size. But nobody has said that, and I'm kind of curious about that. I'm sure it was talked about somewhere in this trial, and at some point I'll do a search and find it, but that just for my own knowledge, but I'm just curious about that. Okay, here we go.
What you've done. So those bodies are covered up. He goes through, he pulls the phones, all right? While he does that, all right, he doesn't know what's going on outside. And again, you heard the testimony about in these situations, time can either run slower or faster. You don't know how long he was in there, all right? His recall of how long this takes wouldn't be accurate based on what we know about the science of these traumatic situations. But what we do know is that while he was in there, either Billy or George went up to the grow room. All right? At this point, they're probably looking for the marijuana. Hey, is there marijuana, is there money, is something else up there that I can get? They'd already got the DVR. But how do we know there was one of those two? Again, Mr. Parker's right. It's Gary's blood on the door. But how do we know it was one of those two? The door handles broke off. They broke the door handle off to get in. They actually forced their way into that one. Jake didn't have to force his way in. He had the keys. He had the keys. One of those two goes up to that room to grab whatever else they were interested in going up there while Jake's inside grabbing those phones. And they leave the smudge of Gary's blood on the door. And again, the way you know that is because they broke the door to get in there. So, again.
Oh, boom.
That's scene one. Oh, one of the things
point.
he said about scene 3, about Hanson. He said the handle looked at it, and he pulled the trigger and he shot. And again, their expert testified about recall and memory and tunnel vision, all that kind of stuff. He thought he shot her in the front, in the face here. Did you hear when he testified? He was kind of surprised. He said a couple times, when I got to her, I noticed there wasn't any blood like in her hairline. That he acted surprised because he literally thought he had shot her in the face. I'm telling you, when she gasped, she sees that, she does one of these numbers, and she takes that shot right in the back of the head, first shot in the back of the head. That's what happened with respect to Hannah May. One of the other things he talked about, when I say he, I'm talking about Mr. Parker, he talked about George's interview in Montana. And asked, well, why didn't we hear that? Why didn't we play that? Look, it's a strategic move on our part. If we play that interview for you, he never has to take the stand to explain himself. All right? He's never subject to cross-examination. We never get a shot at asking him.
This is something else I just want to quickly point out while I'm thinking about it, because as you guys know, and I've said a million times today, I'll forget. One thing about a confession that investigators look for is for it to explain something at the crime scene, or multiple somethings, right, at the crime scene that they don't understand. And I suspect that one of the things at the crime scene that they did not understand, that did not make sense to them, were the two children in bed, the two babies in bed with their mothers. That is something that is unique to the crime scene 2 and crime scene 3. That's number one. And number two, there's something else, but now it's escaped me. Oh. If there were a shot, there was, obviously, because there was a shot to the back of Hannah May's head, and her body was found in the position that it was found in. That would also be something that is puzzling to investigators, and something that could be explained in a confession if the person confessing was actually there. See what I'm saying? Okay, let's keep going.
Any questions?
But I'm glad to see he's explaining
He
this
gets
part
to
too.
sit back and listen.
I'm curious. I was curious why it wasn't played.
We don't play that, and the only way he can get his story or what he's trying to say in front of you is by taking that stand and subjecting himself to cross-examination. That's why you do stuff like that. It's a strategic move. But again, when he was on the stand and he talked about the interview in Montana, he admitted that he said the things that Ms. Canepa was acting. He admitted. He admitted that he said that he went to bed at 12 or 12:30. He admitted, again, that he lied when they asked him about what kind of truck that he had. He admitted that he said probably 15 times, no way anybody's leaving that house without me knowing. So he admitted to the things that he said in Montana. He was just subject to cross-examination and doing it. Oh, here's another one real quick. Mr. Parker asked you about the truck and the bed of the truck, the fact that we rebuilt the bed of that truck. And he asked why we didn't ask, or why we waited so late to do that, is basically what it was. And again, why? That's what he asked. He asked why we.
I just thought of something else too, with respect to Billy Wagner spending the night at the home with them, right? So George's story was that the reason that Billy Wagner stayed the night was because the kids, the grandkids, they didn't want him to leave, right? But they're young children, okay? And it would be very easy for Billy to have, let's say it went the way George went, right? Billy is walking out the door, right? And Sophie and Bullvine are like, no, we don't want you to go, Grandpa or Papa or whatever they call him, right? And he says that he's not going to go, and he says he's going to stay, right? How easy would it have been for him to just leave after they had gone to sleep? I mean, it's very, very clear that that things between Angela and Billy were not good. They were not functioning as a typical couple who, lives together. They weren't living together. So that in of itself just the mere fact that Billy stayed the night, this prosecutor, and I will, in a minute after my phone's done charging, I will Google his name because I cannot freaking for the life of me remember what it is right now. But that he made an excellent point. And I also think that this is exactly what a rebuttal argument should be. He is answering every bit of problematic potential reasonable doubt that was raised in the defense's closing arguments. He is answering back, and really the sliver of reasonable doubt at this point is really closing. He's almost got it down to none.
We didn't do that before the trial. You know, we had the proper for a year and a half. Why didn't we do it before the trial? Again, we get into trial, and all of a sudden they start asking questions that make it pretty clear that they're going to argue that he was too big to fit in the back of that truck. All right? Out of the blue, that's where that came from. So again, real easily, what do? We want to cut that argument off. We just go and rebuild it exactly like Jake said. Only we actually got people who were bigger because we didn't want any wiggle room. We didn't want them to dispute the size of the people that we used. And what did it show you? No problem at all. And did you know that these guys got in there? No problem at all. They got in, got out. There was no problem at all. And did you notice that after we did that, after we put that evidence in, they kind of backed off asking those types of questions. They kind of backed off the impossibility. He would have never been able to fit into that truck. They backed off that line of attack.
I have to say that this is a telltale sign of a good litigator, right? Is when you see where the other side is going by their line of questioning, you have to be fluid, flexible enough to change your approach insofar that you're able to, you see the line of questioning, you see where in this case, the defense is headed. So what do? You want to cut them off at the pass. And that's exactly what they did by reconstructing this false bed. And that was an excellent idea. Whoever came up with that was fantastic. It was genius level thinking. All right, there we go.
He talked about the goose box. And he told you that goose box was put in that lake for their grandfather's birthday, which is in February. You heard both Jake and Angela testify that it was either for Father's Day or for Grandpa's birthday. But what they both said was that somebody went in the water. Jake said, I got in the water. Mom said somebody went in the water. All right, so we know it wasn't February, all right? You're not going to sit in the water in February and put that goose box in. So we know it was in warm weather. But what's even more interesting is it's proof again of the independent corroboration that Angela gave to Jake's statement. Because she wouldn't have known. How would she have known that Jake said that? Unless it was true. So that shows you that that box was actually put in that lake when it was warm. Mr. Parker talked about demeanor. And he talked about judging Jake's demeanor. He talked about the fact that, about his idiosyncrasies when he testified. And you can, certainly, when you're judging credibility, one of the things you look at is the appearance and demeanor of a witness when they testify. You also look at what they said, the substance of what they said. Now, Ms. Canepa, she talked a long time yesterday about what George said when he testified and the lies that he told when he testified. I want to talk to you very briefly about his appearance and demeanor. All right? Look, the truth is the truth. And when you're telling the truth, there's no reason to practice or to be coached on what you're saying or what your answer should be. It should just flow out of your mouth. When the defendant testified, he gave you a couple obvious clues that he had practiced his answers. that he'd been coached on his answers. And think about his testimony. Right? Think about what you saw when he was testifying. And think about whether or not anything stood out to you. And as I ask questions, don't answer them. Just think about it. Just think about it rhetorically. First of all, did any of you notice that when George was testifying, he literally was answering the questions before Mr. Parker was done asking them? Now, not only was he answering them, but he was putting the answers in the correct context before Mr. Parker had even finished framing the context of the question. Now, how do you do that? How do you do that
If you're
unless
coached.
you've practiced on what your answer is going to be?
He did.
And the
I
better
gotta say
reason,
he's
the
right.
better question is,
All right. I got to say, he's 100% right. We talked about this when George was on the stand. He was definitely coached. He pulled a whole Ezra McCandless. Remember, she did that in her trial. She would answer the question before her attorney had finished asking the question. But I'm glad that he pointed that out, because that is 100%. He's correct that it is indicative of coaching. What I will say is this. I disagree on the coaching potentially being because he's lying. Although in this case, I suspect that is why I do suspect that he was lying. But a good attorney, a good defense, any kind of attorney, is going to prepare their witness. Okay. And the truth of the matter is, George is not a talker. Okay. George did need to be coached on answering questions, particularly from cross-examination. So I'm not going to say that the being coached part of it would, as a juror, would I think that that had negative connotations? I wouldn't. That's all. Okay, here we go.
why do you do that unless your answer is something other than the truth? The second thing that I want to ask is, did any of you notice that the defendant was giving very specific answers to very vague questions? Mr. Parker would ask a question, something like, well, tell me about that one time with Tabby at Peterson Road. Or tell me about that one time at Bethlehem. Now look, that's the type of question that provides very little contextual clues about exactly what's being asked. But the defendant was always able to give incredibly specific answers that actually were right in line with whatever point Mr. Parker was trying to make. Same two questions. How do you do that unless you rehearsed? And why do you need to rehearse or practice unless your answer is something other than the truth? And finally, did anyone notice that the defendant's body language, or did anyone notice the defendant's body language when he would make denials about his participation in crime? Okay. Now, Chris Newcomb said that George wasn't much of a gambler. And Juliet Slade, she went through all of his records, and she couldn't find anything that showed that he was a gambler, that he played cards or anything like that. And it's a good thing, because he's got a terrible tell when he's bluffing or he's not being truthful. And I'm insanely curious as to whether or not you noticed it. It was pronounced on the first day. It was really pronounced on the first day. When Mr. Parker would ask him softball-type questions, questions about hunting, questions about deer stands, questions about cars, questions about, fixing diesel engines, the defendant, eye contact the whole time, answering the question. Yes, 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 no, 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 right eye contact, nonstop. But when Mr. Parker would ask him something about his knowledge or participation in the murders, he would look straight down before he answered the question. Every time, like clockwork. It was that's his body movement betraying what he's trying to make the answer to be. Look, in judging a person's credibility, you'll get an instruction that allows you to apply the normal test. The normal test that you apply everywhere in your life when you're judging a person's credibility. For some of you who have children, when you catch a kid doing something they're not supposed to do and you press them on it, man, if they're looking up, down, everywhere else, you know what they're saying isn't the truth. You certainly should apply this same standard to the defendant. And when you judge the defendant's credibility using those types of standards, it's pretty easy to see that he's lying to you. And why is he lying to you? He's lying to you because he's guilty. He knows what he's done. Look, I just passed over about 10 pages of notes. All right, I just went past about 10 pages of notes. I've been talking to you for a long time. We've all been talking to you for a long time. We've had you here for a long time. This has been a long case. Like Mr. Parker, I could probably go on for another couple hours talking to you about how this defendant's guilty, how their defense is just not credible.
I don't know what that sound actually was, but all I pictured in my head was somebody falling out when he said I could talk to you for a couple more hours. That's all I had to say.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it. All right. There comes a time when there's nothing that I can say that you don't already know. There's no argument that I can make at this point that you aren't already aware of. It's time to let you do your job. And the final concept I want to leave you with is the idea of doubt. And you'll get a couple definitions with respect to doubt. One of the definitions you're going to get talks about all possible doubt. The state does not have to prove its case beyond all possible doubt. We have to prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt. And that means, after you look at all the evidence, if you're firmly convinced that he aided, abetted, assisted his family in these crimes, participated in these crimes, then he's guilty. And there's an analogy I use with juries when we talk about all possible doubt versus reasonable doubt. And the analogy is of a puzzle. So say in August, when we brought you in here, instead of asking you to do a case, we asked you to put a puzzle together. And for a couple months, we've just been handing you pieces of the puzzle. And you are getting ready to go back and put those pieces together. Now the defense, they don't have an obligation, they don't have a burden at all to participate in this puzzle making experiment. They don't. It's not their job, it's ours. But they may take some puzzle pieces and they may move them where they think they need to go, or they may try to give you some pieces that they think fit. But at the end of the day, you put that puzzle together, and you look at that puzzle, and you see the New York City skyline, the Manhattan skyline in the background. Now, not all of the pieces are there. Not all the pieces may be there. There may be some buildings missing here or there. And then in the front of the picture, on the front of the puzzle, you see that there's a statue. all right, the gray statute. And again, as you work your way up the statute, you see in one hand, there's a book, although you might not be able, maybe the elbow's missing, all right? And the other hand's up, and you can see, again, you can see what it is. The whole torch isn't there. You see a lady's face, maybe an eye's missing. But when you look at that puzzle, and you see the pieces that are there, you're firmly convinced that that's a puzzle of the Statue of Liberty. You know it, even though every piece that you might want to see isn't there. Requiring us to give you every piece of the puzzle to be firmly convinced would be requiring proof beyond all possible doubt. That's not our burden. Over the last couple months, we have given you the evidence you need to go back and find this defendant. When you look at the evidence that you've seen, you should be firmly convinced that this defendant knew about and participated in these murders with this man. And when you make that finding, when you look at all that evidence, he's guilty. At that point, by law, you're required to find him guilty. And that's what he'll do, because that's what he is. Thank you.
Thank you. The next step, ladies and gentlemen, is for the court to instruct you as to the law. That will take a little bit of time. It's
All right. So there you have it. They're going to go to lunch, be back from lunch, and then they're going to give the jury instructions. So after that, I would imagine the jury instructions are going to take us at least until the end of today, to be quite honest with you. There are there's 22 counts altogether. And that takes some time to go over. So I would say by the end of today, the jury is going to go back and deliberate. The only issue or concern that I have with the jury is they are not going to be sequestered. So if court is adjourned today, and I'll know better when Judge Deering sends them back to actually deliberate, how he's going to do it. Like, how many hours a day are they allowed to deliberate? What's the cutoff time, et cetera, et cetera. Because I am concerned that they are not being sequestered. Now, the reason that I'm concerned is not because I do not think that the jury is going to uphold their oath and do what is required of them, right? But should there be a guilty verdict and the jury was not sequestered during deliberations, it could potentially open the door for an appeal. And I think that Judge Deering's thought process on not sequestering the jury comes from a place of trusting in the process, trusting the jury, trusting that they will uphold their oath. But I think the other part is cost. Because every day that the jury has been there, they get paid, right? Well, should they be sequestered, that requires them to be put up in a hotel, so that's lodging. But then there is the bailiff that they will put in charge of the jury. Basically, the bailiff babysits the jury. And so that also costs money. And given the fact that this is taking place in a relatively poor county, that could be part of his thought process when it comes to sequestering the jury, that the negative impact outweighs any good impact. That remains to be seen, because we still don't know what how they're gonna decide. I'm sorry that you're crying, Allie. Aw, hope you feel better. Anyway, so I guess we're gonna end it for tonight. For now, I'll be back tonight. Probably do the highlight reel of closing arguments from both sides, and then and I don't mean from Angela Canepa, because to be quite honest, I don't have it in me to go through her entire closing argument and pick out the highlight reel, because I think that the last prosecutor who did the rebuttal did it very succinctly and to the point. And so I'll do his highlight reel and also the defense's highlight reel. And that's what we'll do tonight. And then Wednesday night, I want to talk about this Austin, I don't know how to say his last name, Harrod case, in Florida. And I do want to talk a little bit about this other trial in Texas with the Border Patrol officer. So I want to talk about that too. But anyway, I hope that you're welcome, Allie. You're welcome, Amelia. You're welcome, Tony. I hope you guys have a great rest of your Tuesday. And I will see you later tonight. If you have not done so, please give your girl a thumbs up. It's a free way to support the stream. If you're not a member already, memberships start over on the 1st. So please consider a membership. I've got some videos I'm going to be moving over to the members, new videos that I'm going to upload for members only. So that's that. And I'll see you guys tonight. Stay safe out there on these YouTube streets and in the real streets, because it'd be dangerous out there. Bye, y'all.